Hey, it's me again, in the flesh again, as I was yesterday. Today we are doing a fun little stream, a special stream that I've been wanting to do for a long time now. But before we talk about that, we have something very important to do. Something we always do at the beginning of stream. Hey Matthew, how's it going? And that is review memes. Meme review. With my face for the first time, I think. Okay, there's two memes we have to look at. Both of them are YouTube links. So let's check them out. Oh, it's showing up over here. Excuse me. Hold on a second. Stop playing YouTube. I need to get this. No. There we go. There we go. Don't look at that.
M for Mario? No! Oh yeah, W for Luigi!
I guess I should stop the music while I'm watching a video.
Oh yeah, W for Luigi!
Alright, that was clever. I like that. That was a good meme. But what number is it out of 10? 6. No. 7.
Hey yo, what room is that?
Oh, it's one of the rooms in my basement right now.
That should look creepy.
Yeah, all we have is just like a TV and then a massage chair and then a table and that's all.
Let me see the table. It got that's tissue. That's a box of tissues on the table.
Yeah.
And then you say you got a massage chair and a TV.
Yeah.
What the hell y'all be doing downstairs in the basement?
I don't know.
Your dad come down there.
I feel like this is maybe a reference I don't
Something?
get.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Hey yo, got the box of tissues on the table.
No.
Just the tissue and a massage chair. Motherfucker, get it in the nut room. That was the nut room. Hell yeah, it was the nut room. The fuck?
Hello.
Yo. So is that called the nut room? Can I just see that one more time?
Alright, that was interesting. I'm gonna rate that a 6, I guess. Great. Anywho. Okay. So, let's get into it then. I have with me today a tier list. I made it myself. Isn't it beautiful? Today we are going to rank every single game that I've played on stream onto this tier list in the past year. So today, 1 year ago today, was when I did my first stream in this current, string of streams. It was Little Nightmares 2. So we're going to go through every game that I've played on stream in the past year and put them onto this tier list. There are 86 of them, by the way. Do you have a photo for every game? No. I have logos for many of them, but for some of them I just wrote down text and it's just the name of the game. Remember the Little Nightmares 2 days? Yeah. So let's start with that, I guess. We'll just do them in order of when I played them. I believe I have them in order on my list. I guess I should say before I start a couple things. This is not games that came out last year or in the past year necessarily. This is purely games that I played on stream, whether they are new or old. It also, some of them I will be giving kind of full in-depth reviews on, and some of them are basically just going to be first impressions because I didn't completely play all of these games. In fact, some of them I only played for 30 minutes or less. So this is not... So keep that in mind. I am judging these games based off of my experiences with them. I did not finish all of them. Some of them I did a lot more than finish them. And they're all not necessarily new games. Some of them are games that I played when I was a kid and nostalgic for. Some of them are games that I missed. Some of them are new games. So just keep that in mind. This one, though, Little Nightmares 2, was a game that I actually did play when it first came out. Here it is. So, Little Nightmares 2. I first played the first Little Nightmares in, I think it was Halloween Day of 2020, which was years after it came out. I don't remember when the original exactly came out, but I really liked it, and it got me really excited for the second one, which was already announced and stuff, and it only came out, like 5 months later or whatever. 4 months? 4 months later. And I mean, I love it. I did speedruns of the first game, and when this game came out, I did speedruns of this game too. This might be my most streamed game, other than maybe Dead by Daylight, but I think Little Nightmares 2 probably has the most hours streamed from me, I would guess. We used to do streams that would start at 10 p.m. and then end at like 5 or 6 a.m. and I would do speedruns forever, and I would eat during the stream, and we would watch YouTube videos while I was eating. Good times. So how is the game itself, though? Really good, I think. I don't actually like it quite as much as the original Little Nightmares, but I think it's a really good sequel. It gave more insight into the world. It was longer, it had more characters, there was like elements added to it, and the monsters were still really good, maybe even probably better actually. Like the teacher, I love the teacher, and Monster 6 as it's called, or maybe that's just a fan name or whatever, but yeah, I mean I love this game. It's great. So much fun. There are some things that I do think the first game does better, but I still love it. I think I have to, right off the bat, put an S tier here. In fact, I think there's going to be a few S tiers towards the beginning of the stream, because at the beginning of when I started streaming, I did a lot of games that I like. I wasn't trying as many new things, I guess. I was mainly playing games that I was really looking forward to, and games that I knew I liked already. So, anything else I want to say about Little Nightmares 2? Other than I'm probably going to do a stream like I did with Honey Pop 2, like a Little Nightmares 2 1 year later stream. That'll probably be the next thing I do. Although it won't be on exactly the 1 year anniversary of Little Nightmares 2, because that's actually today. But, yeah. So, cool. Next up is Honey Pop 2. Woohoo! Honey Pop 2. By the way, I did not plan where I'm going to put these ahead of time. I'm kind of making it up as I go along. Like, I've thought a bit about it, but I haven't planned it all out. So I'm kind of doing this on the fly here. So, Honey Pop 2. I first played the first Honey Pop back in 2015? Maybe? No, 2015. It had to have been 2015. I'm pretty sure. Loved it. Great game. It's one of those rare adult games that actually has the gameplay to back it up, I feel like. Solid game. I know, deceptively simple match 3 puzzle game, but it's much more than that. And the characters are great. Art is great. Love it. Honey Pop 2, the art's better. The music is largely better, I think. The characters, I would say there are more characters I don't like in Honey Pop 2 than on Honey Pop, but that doesn't mean they're bad characters. It just means that they're less likable characters. And I think Honey Pop 2 did a good job of fleshing out the characters and having interesting interactions between all of them. despite the fact that you kind of spend less time with them, because one complaint that this game I've seen has gotten a lot is that in the first Honey Pop, you had to go on like 4 dates with someone before you had sex with them, and the ultimate goal of the game is to have sex with everyone. This one, it happens after 2. Some people didn't like that. I thought it was fine. Really didn't bother me. The way that this one works is you actually date 2 girls at the same time, and there's different different pairs. And I just feel like if you had to go on 4 dates with every pair, like that would be a lot. That would make it too long of a game, probably. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would be just fine. Maybe we would have gotten even more story and interaction between the characters then. But it did not bother me, the fact that it was only 2. Because in the first game, you start out, you're like a virgin. But in this game, you've already gone through Honey Pop 1. The game literally starts out with a sex scene with one of the characters, and then another one on a plane to the island that it takes place on. So it's like, there's a reason why it's a little different. Anyway, I think this game is great. It's a bit different from the first one, but I don't think it's worse. I don't think it's... Well, like I said, it's better in a lot of ways. I don't know if I necessarily think it's better overall. Man, deciding between S and A tier is tough. It's definitely at least A. I like the baggages, so each girl has these sort of negative effects in the dates, and they're unique to each person, and they kind of they make you change up your strategy and stuff. And I really like that about it. I do like it a lot. I like that they finally, I'm not going to go too far into that. I'll put it at S tier. I think I have to put it at S tier. I think I have to. I can't not put it at S tier. Right? I have to. It's great. Great game. Would recommend. Okay. 2 down, 84 to go. Next up, we have Inside, which is a game, I don't know when it came out. I want to say 2015 also. I'm not 100% sure. It is a game that I played on stream primarily because it clearly inspired Little Nightmares. Or at least was a partial inspiration for Little Nightmares, and I thought that I should probably play it on stream. Hadn't played it prior. It's a great game. It really is. I like it for a lot of the same reasons I like the original Little Nightmares. It's like Little Nightmares. It's a side-scrolling platform, although this one is purely 2D. It's 3D graphics, but you only move on a 2-dimensional plane. You go through, explore the world. There's no dialogue. All of the story is told just through the things that happen and the environment, and I love that. I love that about Little Nightmares. I love that about this game. The ending was really good. The beginning was really good. The middle was really good. But I don't quite have as strong of a connection to it, I guess, as Little Nightmares and Honey Pop. So that's definitely a factor that's going to come up when I decide what games go in S tier. It's not just like, do I think Inside as good as Inside? Or sorry, is Inside as good as Little Nightmares 2 and Honey Pop 2? Probably. But I want to put it at A tier, which is still very good, to be perfectly clear. That means it is a very good game in my eyes. The art's really good. The atmosphere is really good. It's made by the same team that made Limbo. That team has since split up, and now they're developing 2 different games. One of them is called Somerville. That looks really interesting, so I might play that on stream when that comes out. I don't know when that's coming out, but that looks pretty cool. So I'll keep an eye out for that. Okay. Next up, Tattletale. Baby talking Tattletale. Da 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 da. Tattletale, it's me. Tattletale is a horror game that came out in late 2016, I want to say, and I loved it. I played it when it came out, and I just really liked it. You know, it was when FNAF was... Oh, that was the same... That would have been around when Sister Location came out, too. So FNAF was kind of debatably at its height. And, you know, this game had a similar appeal, I'll say. It's just, you know, it's not a perfect game. It's not the most polished game in the world, but I do think it is effective in its horror. It has interesting lore, and the lore is not necessary to enjoy the game. I feel like with a lot of games that try to emulate what Five Nights at Freddy's did, they basically just kind of spit lore at you and it's like, here, you figure it out. But I think part of what made FNAF good was that it was enjoyable even without understanding the lore too, because it was just, hey, you're there, you're a security guard, survive against these killer animatronics, the end. It's functional without even knowing the lore. Tattletale also, I feel like, nailed that. And we're going to get to some other games later on that I don't feel like quite nailed that point as much. This is another one where I know it seems like we're filling up the top half of the tier list too quick, but I'm deciding between like A and S tier right now. I think I'm going to put it at A. This game is special to me. I was really into the community when it came out. I'm still a mod on the Discord server. In fact, I'm the only remaining mod on the Discord server. The DLC. Oh, that's another thing I want to mention, is that for the most part, I have lumped in the DLC of games with the main game. The DLC, the Kaleidoscope expansion, was also very out there. That was a bit more of a lore dump. It was a lot of like, here it was very, very odd and trippy, and through a whole bunch of, you know, it really made you question everything about what you knew about the story and stuff, and I like that too. So yeah, Tattletale, A tier from me, dog. Now, in the same stream that I played Tattletale, I did not just play Tattletale, I also played some Tattletale fan games, and yes, I'm putting those on here too. So first up, we have Tattletop, which is a Tattletale fan game that is from the top-down perspective, and it's very pixelated, and it's basically a bunch of challenge modes. Like, you go from one level to the next, you have different objectives to do. The house is remade in 2D top-down perspective, and you have, you know, there's times where you have to take care of Tattletale, there are times where you have to find a collectible, or there's one where you have to load a tape into Mama, who's like the main enemy of the game. Very interesting. I think it was pretty well done. I actually, because this was made when sort of in the height of when Tattletale was popular. I remember I've talked to the person who made this game, and the basement is like upside down. So if you go like down the stairs, you end up like going like flipped around, if that makes sense. So like the basement is like rotated 180 degrees from the way it should be, but he just didn't fix it, which is fine, I guess. I just thought that was funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a ton to say about it. It's interesting. I like it. I'm gonna give it a B. I think that's pretty good. Good game. Now, there's a couple here I don't remember super well, I'm gonna be honest. So I might have to look up my stream of them. Let me see if I can find my Tattletale stream. Tattletale. Because there's this game here, Tattletale Virtual Pet, that I don't really remember. Here, let's see that. Yeah, okay. Tattletale Virtual Pet. Okay. I don't really remember the specifics, but I think it's basically just a Tamagotchi kind of thing, but it's Tattletale. Oh, we got full screen now. I don't know how to rate this. How do I rate this? Let me see what I had to say about it. What background do we want? Oh, we need to save up money so we can buy this background. This background is what I paid 50 coins for, or whatever. Well, this is fun. This is honestly kind of neat. It's honestly kind of neat, says Past Me. It's really hard to look at. Like, I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure, but I mean, it's kind of neat. It's certainly better than the version I was working on. It's more animated. Oh yeah, because I was working on a similar thing on my own. I forgot about that. Right. A similar game. You know what? I've seen enough. Where is it? Tattletale Virtual Pet. We're going to go right ahead and just slap that in C tier. Oh, also another thing I want to mention about the tier list. You might notice that there's only 6 levels. There's no E tier. And I did this for a couple of reasons. One, there's no E grade in school. Yes, I realize there's no S grade either, but I feel like S is a special thing. It's like an A+. And also, I feel like this forces me to not put things in the middle. Rather than just being like, it's a middle-of-the-road game. It's kind of a cop-out answer. This forces me to put games either at the top half or the bottom half of the tier list. So, that's why I'm doing it that way. Okay. Next, we have another Tattletale fan game called One Night at Waygetter, which is a game that I made. So, actually, I might have to add another tier because this one is honestly just way above all the others. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that up there. Cool. All right. Great. Next we have Tattletale Egg Hunt. I should have kept the video up. Oh, no, I remember. Wait, no, I don't remember. I don't remember well enough. I need this again. I need video again, actually. I don't think I'll have to do this for many things besides this. I think I'll be able to do it from memory for the most part. Where is it? Oh, it's at the end here. With the arrow keys and a Tattletale with WASD. So what's the goal? To collect eggs? Yeah, this seems pretty good. I think I got the human stuck in this wall or something. Oh, that's a feature, not a bug. Oh, I can shoot eggs? I'm very confused as to what's happening right now. Cool. F. Moving on. I actually did play another game during that stream that was not a Tattletale fan game. In fact, it wasn't Tattletale related at all. It was called Juice Galaxy. And it was just this really weird, trippy game. I mean, it was interesting, but it wasn't like that fun. Like, I didn't want to keep playing it. So I feel like I'm gonna put that. I don't even know how to describe Juice Galaxy. It was just a game of random things. It's just randomness. So that's what it is. But it's not a roguelike. That's not a roguelike, but very random. Okay. All right, next up, we have a game that, spoiler alert, I love very much. It's called Ib. It is a RPG Maker horror game, and I think it's the best RPG Maker horror game. It has, out of all the RPG Maker horror games, I think it has its own style more so than other ones. It's like a little bit more pixelated than other games. I like it's about like an artist, partially, and like the artist's work coming to life. And I feel like it's interesting seeing like a painterly style being that pixelated. It makes it look really cool, I think. And the characters are great. It has a lot of memorable moments, a lot of good puzzles, good story. I think I have to put Ib at A tier for sure. There is a remake that I believe is supposed to be coming this year. I'm definitely going to play that on stream when it comes out. I am very excited for that. So this is another one that's going to be a little bit hard to rate. This is a game called Magic the Gathering Arena. There's a little card game, you might have heard of it, called Magic the Gathering. It's a game that I like very much. I play it with my friends pretty much every time I see them. And this arena is a digital game version of it. And I played it. I did a Kaldheim draft. Kaldheim is one of the expansions in the game. I did a Kaldheim draft, and I also played some Constructed in the historic format, I believe. So I was debating, like, should I rate the expansion or should I rate like Arena itself? I decided I'm going to rate Arena itself. And the reason is basically that I have more to say about it. So that's actually also going to be a common theme in this tier list, is like, there are some games where, for example, Halo Infinite. I only played the July tech preview of Halo Infinite on stream, but I'm still going to rate Halo Infinite as a whole game, not just the July tech preview, because I feel like that's more interesting, I have more to say about it, etc. So, Magic the Gathering Arena. Magic the Gathering is a game that I love. It's a very good game. That being said, Arena has a lot of problems. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, because I know a lot of people don't really care about Magic the Gathering. It's one of those things that, like, it's the same reason I don't play it on the channel very much. If you're not into it, if you don't know how to play, it's not very interesting to watch. So, you know, so the economy is terrible. They have moved away from, instead of emulating the paper game, they're doing more digital only stuff, which some people like, some people don't. I am one of the people who don't. I would rather they just emulate the paper game. But maybe that's well, I know it's not just me, but you know, I want to see Pioneer, if you know what that is. It's a format in the game. I want to see that come. I would love multiplayer to come, all that stuff. So, you know, Arena has a lot of issues despite the core of Magic the Gathering being a great game. I feel like B. I think I gotta go with B on this one. Because despite all the issues, it's still fun. It is. I can't deny that. I really like the game still. So that's that. I really liked the Dungeons and Dragons set, Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, when that came out. I really enjoyed, I'm really excited for the new set, Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. Looks pretty cool. So, okay, next up we have another RPG Maker horror game. This one is called Mad Father, and it was requested that I play this game by Beta, who is a mod in the chat. Not right now, she's not, but anyway. I really liked it. I didn't like it as much as Eve. I feel like this is one of those ones that it looks like a lot of other... It looks like every other RPG Maker game. And that's part of why I like Eve so much, because it looks very different. That being said, it was good. It had a good story, it had good characters, it had good puzzles and good horror, as far as I remember. I mean, I'm certainly not going to... I certainly don't have much negative to say about the game, other than it just didn't leave as much of an impression on me, I guess. I did play the original. I was advised to play the original over the remake, so that's what I did. So this is not the remake, this doesn't have whatever added content the remake has, this is purely the original game. I think I'm going to put it at B. I'm going to put it at B tier. Okay, next up is a game that I have been thinking about returning to for a little bit. Maybe not on stream, but at least in my own time. This is Splitgate. Splitgate is a game I heard about a long time before actually playing it, and I don't know what took me so long to finally try it out, but it is basically Halo mixed with Portal. So it is 4v4 competitive Halo-like gameplay. The time to kill is a little lower. There's no vehicles or anything. There's not even grenades really. But you get a portal gun, which is pretty cool. Like, Halo is a game series that I love. I really loved the multiplayer in Halo 5, and I'll talk more about that later when I get to Halo Infinite. But so that with Portal, which is another one of my, like, Portal 2 is another one of my favorite games of all time. Maybe I kind of want to replay that on stream now too, even though I already did a YouTube series on it, and I've played it through like 3 times now. Anyway, Splitgate. Good game. The grenades that you have don't actually deal damage, they get rid of enemies' portals. They're kind of like an eraser for portals. Yeah, I think it's really solid. It feels really good. I mean, it's a Halo ripoff with portals, but they executed it very well. It doesn't feel like a cheap knockoff. It feels like fans of Halo made a really good game. The main criticism I have of it, I guess, is the aesthetic. At first, the aesthetic was literally Halo. Like, most of the characters still look like Spartans, like straight up. It basically looks like Halo. The guns are pulled from Halo even. Love your video, man. Thank you. This video? Or what video? So, what was I saying? Splitgate. Okay, so now they have a lot of really crazy cosmetics in the game. It feels like it doesn't even have an aesthetic anymore. Like, you see all these Halo characters, and then all of a sudden you see someone who's like a cat person, and it's like, what? Like, I feel like it's kind of turning into Fortnite, where there's not really a look. It's kind of just a bunch of random stuff. Despite that, though, great game. I think it's a really solid first-person shooter. If you like the 4v4 like competitive Halo style of shooter, I would definitely give Splitgate a shot. I am torn between A and B here. And I guess this is the point where I start kind of comparing them to the other games that they have out here, right? Like, do I like it as much as Arena, Tattletop, Mad Father? Do I like it as much as Inside Eve, Tattletale here? Given the... this is hard, actually. I think I have to give it B. It's a good game, but I don't think I like it as much as Inside Eve or Tattletale. So that is what I'm going with there. Oh, here's an interesting one. Here's an interesting entry. The original Honey Pop. So I did play this on stream in the past year. I did one stream of it where I tried to speedrun it. and that was interesting. I mean, this game is great. Like I said, it's one of the only adult games where I feel like the gameplay really backs it up. Like, believe me, I have searched. I look on Steam very frequently for similar games, but most adult games are visual novels or like cheaply made puzzle games that happen to have pornographic images in it or something. Like, it's just none of them really live up to Honey Pop. Matthew, you're saying S instant S? Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I'm putting it S tier. It's great. I love it. It's great. I love it. I miss Nikki. You know, originally I was going to do a stream where I did many tier lists. And one of the tier lists I want to do is rating the Honey Pop girls. Maybe I'll still do a stream where I do a bunch of different tier lists, but I figured that given the fact that we have to rate 86 games, probably don't have a ton of time to do a lot of other ones. So, yeah. One of the only adult games that doesn't have hentai as its only selling point. True. Honey Pop 1 probably above Honey Pop 2. I'm mixed on that one. I think they're comparable. I don't think one is like clearly better than the other. So, yeah. Oh, also, I guess that's another thing I should bring up. Within the tier, they're in no particular order. Just because Little Nightmares 2 is more to the left or above Honey Pop doesn't mean anything. I'm just adding them to the tiers as we go on. Hold on a second. Okay, you got it already. Good, great. I was gonna do that. It's close for sure. Yeah. Okay. Next we have Honey Pop 1 got Celeste. I like Celeste, but not like one of my favorites necessarily. Honey Pop 1 has Nikki, more accurately, the more important thing. Anyway, Bloons Tower Defense 6. I remember playing, I think, Bloons Tower Defense 3 a lot back in like 5th grade on the school computers. I think I had 5 on mobile. But since then I hadn't really played it much, but this game was like making the rounds on like Twitch and stuff. There was definitely like a Twitch meta for a little bit of people playing it. Not as big as like Among Us, obviously, but yeah, there was definitely a bit of a fad for a little bit. And I mean, yeah, it's a fun game. It's a fun game. I really like tower defense games. Bloons Tower Defense was kind of the start of that for me. There's a game called Rogue Tower that I really want to play. That is also a tower defense game that looks pretty cool, so probably going to check that out at some point. Man, I gotta put it at B, I think. I don't think I could justify putting Bloons Tower Defense 6 at A, although it is good. It is fun. You should play it. Did a couple streams of that one. Speaking of BTD, waiting for second message to load. Will you play BTD Battles 2? I did see that was a thing. If you're interested in seeing that, I'm open to trying it. Won't make any promises, I guess. I'll add it to... I'm assuming it's a paid game. I don't know. I'll add it to my wish list, I guess. Okay. Next up, we have Ultimate Custom Night. The FNAF game that came out after Pizzeria Simulator and includes 50 plus characters that you have to survive against at once if you do the highest difficulty mode, but you can change the difficulty level of every character and decide whether they're there or not there, and it's interesting. I'm surprised that a bigger community didn't come up around this game specifically, because I feel like there's a lot of potential there for coming up with interesting configurations to do, like being like, hey, I came up with this challenge where these characters are set up to this difficulty and these other characters are set up to these difficulty, and try this challenge out. I feel like there's potential there. It's a good game. BTD Battles 2 is free, by the way. Oh. Well, okay then. Yeah, Ultimate Custom Night is cool. I like that it's very gameplay first. It has lore, but it is a game that is about being able to set the animatronics at different levels. Oh, there's like the funny cutscenes too, with like Toy Chica High School and the other one with Foxy and Freddy and like a samurai movie type thing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very solid. It's not like, how do I put this? Like, I don't know. How do I say it? It's, I guess it can start to feel kind of monotonous. And I think that's kind of a thing with FNAF games in general, is like, when you're trying to beat a specific level, for example, I played Five Nights at Treasure Island recently, and I tried for a long time to beat Night 6. Eventually it just gets boring when you keep trying to beat one thing over and over again, but that's just kind of the nature of the game. You're trying to see what number of points you can get up to. Depending on how high you put all the characters' difficulties, you get a different point value, and that's how you unlock stuff. And yeah, I think I'm going to put this at B. I don't think I could. I think it's a good game, but it's not necessarily one of my favorites. Will Do Review get a rating? No. When I was going to do a stream of a many tier list, one of them was going to be like Mountain Dew flavors, but Do Review is not a game in and of itself. It's very serious business. Okay, now this will be an interesting one. This will be a fun one. This will be Undertale. Undertale. Okay. When it came out. So I don't think this tier list is long enough. It's 86. It's 86 things. We're on what number are we on? We're on 17 of 86. we still have like 70 more to go after this. Do Review comp player. What? Solid B. What, Undertale solid B? I think it's better than a B. So, I am not a big fan of RPGs in general. I tend to find them either having too much dialogue, not enough gameplay, and the gameplay itself isn't even that good because it's basically just like with Pokemon. I think Pokemon's fine, but like when you're playing the game, it basically just comes down to, use what they're weak to and make sure your numbers are higher than theirs by grinding, and it doesn't feel like there's ever really a lot of strategy to RPGs like I would expect there to be or want there to be. The B tier isn't long enough. I mean, the most things are in B so far. What was I saying? But this game is not just an RPG. It is kind of a meta commentary on RPGs. And all of the things that normally bother me about RPGs aren't really here. Like, there's dialogue. There's not so much dialogue that it gets annoying. Maybe there's a couple parts towards the end where it gets a little exposition-y, but for the most part, that doesn't bother me. The gameplay, I think, is very different because you don't have to attack. You can also figure out how to kind of spare them. And you have to do like the bullet hell avoiding stuff. The characters are great. The story is great. I like that all the different routes you can do. It's just such a cool, interesting, and fun game. I don't know if you would like Deltarune then, really. Well, because it's basically an RPG. Okay. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. I'm putting this at A. putting this at a, maybe, I know maybe some people are like, not an S? Like, it's really good. Again, it is not one of these games that I feel like I have a strong personal connection to, or like, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe you like it, but it's kind of far from Undertale. Okay. Part of the reason why I haven't played Deltarune yet is because I would want to beat the Genocide run first. I would want to beat Sans. And I don't really want to beat Sans. I kind of don't. I'm dreading beating Sans. It's still on the table. It might still happen one day, but man, that's a bad time right there. That's a reference. Get it? If you don't get it, play Undertale. It's a good game. You should play it. Okay. Anything else to say about Undertale? I don't know. We know you don't want to beat Sans. Yeah. Just like you don't want to beat Subnautica. Oh, we'll get to Subnautica. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, Outer Wilds. This is a game that I played for like 2 hours on one stream. It is a game that I feel like I need to give another chance. And I don't even know if I should play it on stream necessarily. It is a very slow, open world puzzle game. I feel like it's the kind of game that I would enjoy more by myself, because I do like other games like it. Like there's a game called The Witness that I love. It's a great game. Outer Worlds I feel like is kind of similar in a sense, and it has like space travel and stuff, and I feel like I would like it if I gave it a chance, but I was kind of, I don't know, I guess because I was streaming it, I felt like I had to make progress quickly, and that made me kind of frustrated by it, because it's not that kind of game. I gotta check if you put Little Nightmares 2 at the highest tier. I would have been mad if you didn't. I thought about putting Little Nightmares 2 in B tier, because honestly I don't like it as much as the first game, but it's still an S tier game for me, I think. So yeah. Yeah, this is okay. So Outer Wilds is one of those games where I feel like I would like the game more if I kept on playing it, but I have to rate it based on my experience with the game, which was kind of mediocre if I'm being honest. But I would like to give it another chance in the future. Think I gotta put it at C, I think. Honestly, I can't put it in the same tier as Splitgate, Mad Father, Bloons. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna have to put it here. If I'm really putting Outer Wilds in the same tier as Tattletale Virtual Pet, I think I am. I think that's what's happening right now. Yeah, so. Okay. Now this one. This is going to be a difficult decision between A and S as well, I think. Actually, maybe not so much. Dishonored. I played this game back in 2012 when it first came out. I almost didn't get it because I went to pick it up at GameStop with my mom. Keep in mind, because it was 2012, I was 12 or 13 years old, I guess, and I think the guy at GameStop had to like ask my mom if she was okay with me getting it, and she was like, "Why? What's in it?" And he said that there's a brothel in the game, which there is. You don't see anything though. It's not, you don't see anything happen in the brothel, but it is a brothel nonetheless. But anyway, that's beside the point. I was able to get it at the end of the day, and I really liked it. That's one of the best games you played. Really enjoy watching this. I'm glad, because I really like it too. In fact, I want to play it again. I want to do a max difficulty high chaos run. It might even be one of the games that I'd want to like 100% get all the achievements at some point. So yeah. This game's so good. Everything about it. I love the structure of it, where it's like you enter a level, it's like here's your task. You have to get in there and kill someone or find another way to deal with them. Here are your tools to do it. There's a lot of customizability with the powers and everything you get. The world building is so good. The story isn't like incredible, but it's solid. It's not like wildly different than anything I've ever seen, but it's good. You should do Dishonored no powers. Oh god, that's probably an achievement. It would be way less fun without the powers though, because I'm not a huge fan of stealth games in general, but this one made it fun. This Dishonored really made it fun, I think. Just love it. I really am looking forward to playing the studio's new game when that either comes to Xbox or comes to Game Pass or whatever. It's called Deathloop. It's currently a PlayStation exclusive game, but the exclusivity runs out like a year after release, so I think this September it's probably going to come to Game Pass this September, so I'm looking forward to playing that. Anyway, it's not the story, but how they build it that's amazing. Sure, yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, like the world building and the aesthetic too, it's so gorgeous. If you've seen the show Arcane on Netflix, which is based on League of Legends, the whole time I was watching that, I was like, this looks like Dishonored. Like everything looks slightly painted, kind of, like all the textures look a bit painted. Yeah. And I was like, damn, I want either a game that takes place in the Arcane world that's like Dishonored, or I want a Dishonored show like Arcane. That's what I want. I like the power of the hand. They could pull things towards you. That was actually in the second game. In the first game, you have Blink. In the second game, you have the Blink replacement if you play as Emily, where you have like a tentacle where you can pull yourself forward, kind of like Blink, or you can pull a thing towards you. You could also upgrade it to pull enemies towards you. S tier. S tier. I have S tier. Let me shrink this logo a little bit so I can fit it in there. S tier. Love that game. I want to go play it right now, but we have many more things to get through. We have like 60 more things to get through. No, more than that. Like, anyway, doesn't matter. I know you have Blink, which is cool, but I like the Emily better. We'll talk more about that when we get to Dishonored 2, okay? Because Dishonored 2 I did also play in the past year and is on this list. So anyway, Friday Night Funkin' has my favorite video game song of all time on it. It's called South. I played it in the countdown on this stream. It's awesome. Love it. Love that song. Friday Night Funkin', I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been a fad on YouTube for a while and on streams. It's a rhythm game. It's a rhythm game where you use your arrow keys. It's kind of like Dance Dance Revolution, but with like Flash characters and stuff. It's pretty simple. But it should be. I don't know. I mean, most of, I think, the fame of the game comes from the mods. There's a lot of mods of this game that add a lot of different characters, more challenging levels and stuff, so, there's mods for everything you could think of. We played a Little Nightmares 2 mod on stream, we played a FNAF mod on stream, I've seen someone make a Poppy Playtime mod. There's mods of everything you could imagine for Friday Night Funkin', and that's kind of, I think, what made it so popular. Not like my favorite game in the world, not really my kind of thing generally, I like rhythm games, but I'm not a huge rhythm game person. Most of the music was not that interesting to me, although some of it I did really like. They still need to make the next 20 weeks. Oh yeah, they're doing like a full game version too, apparently. There's like a Kickstarter or something. Yeah. Since they raised a few million. God damn, that's a lot. For this game, what do they need a few million for? I mean, part of the game, I think why the game has so many mods is because it's relatively easy to mod. Because the art style is pretty simple. It's a pretty simple game, as I said. I don't know where to put this. I'm kind of torn between B and C, honestly. I don't think it's a bad game at all. I just think it's not really my kind of thing. Damn, that's, oh man, I can't, oh. This one's tough. This one's tough. I don't know what to put, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to put this one. Do I like it as much? Do I like it as much as I like Splitgate, Madfather, Magic Arena, and Bloons Tower Defense? Or do I like it more as much as... I think I'm going to give it a C. I think I'm going to give it a C. I don't think... Yeah, I would never choose Friday Night Funkin' over any of... Well, maybe I would choose it more than Tattletop. Maybe Tattletop shouldn't be at B, but I'm going to keep it there. I'm going to keep it at B. F and F, I'm going to put it C. Okay. Pac-Man 99. I don't even know if you can play this anymore. This, you know, kind of a spiritual successor to Tetris 99 and Super Mario 99 or whatever it was called. No, Super Mario the 35 or whatever. I forget. It's basically... It's a Pac-Man battle royale where you're playing your own Pac-Man game, but what other players do can affect your Pac-Man game, and the last one standing wins. I mean, it was kind of fun. We didn't play it the whole stream. That stream, we played 2 games that stream. I think I gotta put this one at C also. It's not like, you know, it's not bad. It just wasn't. It didn't leave much of an impression really. It's whatever. It's Pac-Man, you know, it's Pac-Man. The other game we played during that stream was Monster Hunter Rise Demo. So there's actually a couple demos we played this year that, you know, I'm rating them based on what I played. So, you know, maybe if I played the full Monster Hunter Rise game, I would feel better or worse about it. But we played the demo. So I'm rating the demo. I have not historically been a fan of Monster Hunter. I have 4 Ultimate on the 3DS. It's a series that I've tried to get into multiple times, but it's just because, like, I have friends who really like it. Like, Jude loves it. Mike, who you might have seen come into the stream a few times, he loves it. I have, you know, multiple friends who really like this series. And honestly, the main thing that turns me off of it is the controls. It's just a little too clunky for me. I like when combat feels very, I guess, fluid and fast, and this is a very slow game where, like, once you hit a button, you've got to commit to that animation, you know? You can't suddenly dodge to get away from a hit, you know? It's like it's yeah. I don't know how else to say it other than that. That being said, I probably had the most fun playing Monster Hunter Rise that I did any other time I've played Monster Hunter, except for the fact that I played this alone, and I have played Monster Hunter in the past with friends. I'm actually a lot more into... There's a game called Dauntless that is basically a free-to-play version of Monster Hunter. I actually prefer that one. It has much more fluid combat. There's more options in terms of the weapons. You can use guns in Dauntless, which is pretty sick. There's no guns. Well, there is kind of a gun. There's like a big cannon you can use, but it's not the same. Anyway, I think I've got to put this one at C also. Not bad. It's just not my, again, not bad, just not my thing, really. Okay. So this next one, though. Nier Automata. This one I think is gonna be... This one might be a bit controversial. I feel like this game is very beloved, and I think it's a really... Matthew's saying S. I knew this was gonna happen. It's a really cool game. There's a lot to like about Nier Automata. I guess there's a couple main issues I had with Nier Automata. The main one is the combat. So I was just mentioning how I like combat to be more like fast and fluid, and Nier Automata does nail that, actually. Platinum Games is like the king of that. Like Bayonetta as well. Such good combat in their games. The problem I had with Nier Automata's combat was the gun. You have like a floating turret, which made me feel like I never had to use my actual weapon. Because if I went up to it, so I could do two things. I could either just stand back and shoot them the whole time, or I could walk up to them and I could hit them with my sword. But I feel like half the time I tried to do that, they would just like blast a projectile directly into my face. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll just stand back here and shoot you from a distance then. Like, I feel like having the gun actually just made the combat worse because I didn't feel incentivized to actually do the combat. Another thing is just the RPG elements. I like the chips, the upgrade chips. I like customizability. That is one thing that theoretically I like about RPGs, is that you can customize your character to play how you want to play. I like that. Sometimes I don't like leveling up. I feel like leveling in games is sometimes unnecessary. Because, like, okay, what point did it serve in this game, really? You know, like, you level up, your numbers get bigger, you get vaguely stronger somehow, and then you go up against other enemies that have bigger numbers now because you're further in the game, and then nothing matters because they have the same numbers or bigger numbers, and then you have to also get bigger numbers. And it's like, what's the point? You know, like, have you played Breath of the Wild? Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, that game makes you feel stronger. You get stronger throughout the game, not by doing an arbitrary things that give you XP and then you level up, but by actually accomplishing goals that give you better powers, better weapons, finding them throughout the world, better armor. You can upgrade your stats and stuff. Like, it's not just, okay, you killed enough enemies, your numbers went up. You know? Anyway. That's a whole thing. That's just a complaint about RPGs in general. Undertale actually has an explanation of that, which is that your level is your capacity to kill. So the more you kill, the easier it is for you, like, emotionally to kill things, and that's why you're stronger, so to speak. Yeah, so I think that's another thing I really like about Undertale, which is goes back to the whole thing I was talking about Undertale being like a meta commentary on RPGs. They needed leveling to make sure you couldn't speed through the game. Why does that matter, though? They wanted more game time, but that's not a good way. Don't do it. Don't arbitrarily make your game longer by making me grind a bunch. Like, that just makes it more boring. Like, I'd rather have a smaller game that has more interesting content. Yeah. That being said, I've done enough complaining about Nier Automata. I actually have one more thing. That stupid level with all the insta-kill things. There's this dumb level where there's so little checkpoints in it, but there's so many insta-kill things. There are these crushing machines that can crush you, and they kill you and you die, and when you die, you lose all the chips you had equipped. It's so annoying. So annoying. And those stupid explodey dudes, you're running across a bridge, and then all of a sudden they come from the right side of the screen, just like, and then you're dead. And then you're dead because you didn't see them in time. It was that I hated that level. Oh my god, it was so annoying. Also, there's no checkpoint in the first level. Like, I know it's not that hard, but like, still, if you die, you have to start the level all over again. That's so annoying. Okay, now I've done enough complaining. Now let's talk about the good stuff. Let's talk about the things I loved about Nier Automata. I cannot deny that the story is just so good. Like, so good. The world is so interesting, the story is so good. The characters are both very pleasant to look at and also very well developed and interesting. The graphics leave a little bit to be desired, except in the character models, but I don't really care that much about that, to be honest. And there were a lot of really interesting kind of meta-ish moments where, like, the game UI and, like, the menus are actually in universe because, like, you're a robot and everything. That's, you know, they kind of play with that a little bit. That's really cool. You can, like, uninstall your, like, core processor and then you just die. Like, that's kind of funny. Stuff like that. A lot of cool moments like that. Yeah, but I just, throughout the whole game, there was so many moments where I just wanted to stop playing because I was just frustrated, frankly. I think that's everything I have to say about Nier Automata. I will play the remake of the first game eventually. As for where I'm going to put this game, it's not S tier. I don't even think it's 8. Honestly, I went into this thinking it's going in C tier. That was my expectation going into the stream, was like, oh no, I'm putting it Nier Automata, C tier. I am considering perhaps making it B tier instead. I have to think about that though. It's tough. It's a bit... there's no way it goes in C. There's nothing in D yet, but we'll get there. I don't know. Maybe it does go in B. No, maybe it goes in C. I don't know. This is tough. This is tough for me. So you played all the way through, so it's at least B. Well, I think my mindset was a little different back then. You know what I mean? I feel like I was more willing to see the games through versus now, where if I don't like a game, I stop playing it a lot of the time. I thought you were going to say there's nothing in D, so let's put it there. Yeah, D. Nier Automata D tier. No. It's not. No, it's not a bad game. It's just not as much my thing, but it's maybe a little bit more my thing than Monster Hunter Rise and Friday Night Funkin'. There's no way it's as good as FNF. Oh, so you're saying it's worse. Okay, so F tier. We should put it in F tier. It's better than those. Yeah. See, this is where I'm regretting getting rid of the middle tier. Where I'm regretting not having an E tier. Damn. Telltale Virtual Pet, Friday fucking Pac-Man 99. Maybe. The plot was pretty good. Both the plot and the plot was pretty good. That's true. That's true. Okay. Do I like it as much? I'm looking at some of these games, right? I'm like, okay, I could maybe see putting Nier Automata with some of these games. But do I like it as much as Arena or Splitgate? Like, I really like those games. I don't really like Nier Automata. I just kind of like it. Maybe I put these two low then. Maybe Arena or Splitgate should be an A. Huh. This is why you have tears in the tiers? No, I don't like that. I'm considering moving Splitgate up if I'm gonna put Nier in B. I don't know. The ones farthest from the letters are the worst in the tier. No, I mean I know how some people do it. I don't want to do it that way though. I don't like that. That's too much. That's too much. I will leave Nier Automata in B for now. I will think about it and maybe move it later. All of this is subject to change by the end of the stream. Just saying. I'll probably feel differently about half this list an hour after I finish streaming. Who knows? Okay. Next up, we have a Battle Royale game. You all know it. You all love it. It's Fortnite. Just kidding. It's Spellbreak, which is basically like Fortnite, except you have magic powers. So I'm not a fan of Battle Royale. I think Battle Royale is like a bad game mode. I think you're rewarded for not engaging with other people. Half the game is just walking around looting chests until you eventually find someone and you find out whether the stuff that you found was better than the stuff that they found. And if it's not, then you die and then you have to do all of it over again. That being said, there are non-Battle Royale game modes in Spellbreak, although I haven't played them a ton. This isn't a game that I would really play on my own that much. I mostly just play it with Jude and Christian. I think it's solid. I mean, really the only problem I have with it is the fact that it's a Battle Royale. And even then, like I said, there are non-Battle Royale modes in it, or at least one mode. There's one non-Battle Royale mode in it. And it's not a bad mode. I think I gotta put this in B. I think it's a solid game. I think it's fun. I think it might be dying, but such is life. So Spellbreak, you have different elemental gauntlets. You pick one to start out with, and then you have to find another gauntlet of a different element to use, and then you have like ice powers in one hand and lightning powers in the other hand. There's a lot of customizability there and stuff, so it's pretty cool. And there's a lot of interaction between the elements, stuff to play with there. I like it. C for the actual game. I think I'm gonna put it in B. I think I'm gonna put it B. I don't think I can put it in C. Of course, D tier's looking pretty empty, so maybe I spread some of these down a little bit. Kind of bring some C down to D and bring some B down to C. I don't know. For now, though, let's just continue. Okay. Portal Reloaded. Portal Reloaded is a mod for Portal 2 that includes a third portal, a green portal, that lets you travel between the future and the past, or the past and the present, or whatever it is. It was really good. It wasn't super heavy on story, but the puzzles were really, I had a lot of fun playing it. The puzzles were solid. I really liked the time travel mechanic. It was fun. It was probably better than that other mod I played. What was it called? Aperture Tag? The Paint Gun Testing Initiative, the one where you have a gun that shoots the different colored gels. That was cool, but this was better, I think. Don't know where to put it though. I'm kind of I'm gonna put it in A, actually. I think it deserves it. I think it's that good. It was really fun. Yeah, I would definitely recommend it if you're a fan of Portal, I think. Okay. This fucking game. I think we might have found our first D tier. But let's talk about Unravel. Holy shit, this game. Oh my god. So this was another game that I played early on because it was another game that I felt like was probably pretty similar to Inside or Little Nightmares, even though I knew it wasn't a horror game or anything. Unravel is a game. It's a 2D platformer, like I just said, like a physicsy 2D platformer where you play as this creature made of yarn, and you can use your yarn for platforming stuff and to solve puzzles. So like you can like attach yourself to something, and then you have a certain amount of yarn until, you know, you're like tethered to it, and then you use the physics of yarn, like swinging from it and climbing it and all this stuff to solve puzzles. That part of the game is pretty solid, I think. But overall, it was pretty boring because there was no story, really. And a lot of the levels were really bad. The final level especially was really bad. It was, you know, it had an interesting concept, but I don't feel like it executed on it very well. It ended up being very boring. So I think this one is going to be our first D tier of the day. Good job, Unravel. You've done it. You didn't think this game was that bad? Like, I could definitely see an argument for C tier. I mean, I did just say, like, the mechanics were interesting. I just didn't feel like it was that enjoyable, largely. I don't know, maybe it is a C tier. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm rethinking my scale now, though. I'm like thinking, do I really want to put Unravel below Monster Hunter Rise? I don't know. I'm gonna go with my gut, I think, and put it in D tier for now. Maybe we'll change it later, but for now we're going D tier. Okay, here's a game that I know everyone loved watching me play, Valorant. This is the Valorant logo. Valorant is a first-person shooter. It's basically CSGO and Overwatch combined in the sense that it has the gameplay of CSGO, but it is a hero shooter also, which means you get like abilities that are different per character and stuff. Largely it is a copy of CSGO though. And I like it. I do. I didn't play it a ton. It is not my preferred style of shooter. I'm definitely more into the Halo and Splitgate, like, action-y kind of shooter than, like, the tactical shooters that, like, CSGO and Valorant are. That being said, I did enjoy playing it. I do really enjoy watching other people play it. I actually still watch Valorant streams pretty frequently. I like when they show off new characters. I like the cinematics and all that. So, I think I'm going to put Valorant in B. I'm considering downshifting some of these games. Considering moving some of these games down to D, some of these B games down to C. Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, Valorant in the same tier as Splitgate? I just said it was worse. Damn. This is hard. This is harder than I thought it would be. You're thinking too much? You might be right. Maybe I should just go with my gut every time and that's it. Okay, let's move on then. Okay. Next we have Security Breach. Fury's Rage, which is not the Security Breach. Not the big new 3D FNAF game that just came out, but the FNAF game that Scott made as an apology for delaying that one. It's like a fight. It's like a beat 'em up game. Just a little silly free game. It was kind of fun. I don't tend to like this genre of games. Those like 2D beat 'em up style games, not really my thing. Sorry, what? Oh, I haven't saved my project for 90 minutes. Sure, I'll save. Yeah, I'll save it. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, save. So I think I'm gonna put this in C. It was fine. It did what it needed to do. It was nothing amazing though. Okay. Kind Words. Okay, so now we're getting into the games. Wait. No, I forget. Wait. Oh no, starting with Security Breach, Fury's Rage, these are the games I played during a variety stream that I did, where I played a bunch of different games. Right? It was Kind Words. Oh no, Kind Words was a different stream. These are kind of out of order. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's talk about Kind Words now then. Okay, it's fine. Kind Words is a game where you have a little room. It's like a little box, and you can write letters to other players, but you don't write letters to certain players specifically. You just kind of send a letter out into the world, someone gets it, and you can reply to it, and you can reply to letters you get as well. It's just kind of like a feel-good pen pal kind of experience. I enjoyed it. It's very chill. It's a really cool idea. I'm thinking I should put this game in B. That's what I'm thinking. Because I definitely like it more than these. Even though it's, you know, it's hard to compare some of these games because of how different they are. Like, Kind Words isn't, strictly speaking, a game. Not much for gameplay. Yeah, that's true. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, it's very different. It's hard to compare them, but I'm going to do the best I can and put it in B. Because I feel like I liked it B amount. Okay, this is actually a game that you suggested I play, Matthew. This next one. Before Your Eyes. So this is a game that would be nominated for the Games for Impact Award at the Game Awards. It is a narrative-focused game with a, cool art style, simple art style, that has a very emotional story. But the kicker, the thing that makes this one particularly interesting, is that you aim a camera at your face. It uses your webcam to detect when you're blinking, and you use blinking to interact with things and progress the story forward. Which was really interesting, and it worked surprisingly well once you get it calibrated correctly. I'd like to see that mechanic used in more things. I believe I talked during the stream about its potential in a horror game. That would be so dope. I would love a version of SCP Containment Breach where instead of having the bar that determines when you blink or whatever, it uses your actual blinking. That would be really interesting. I'd like to see it. Maybe there could be like a mod for it or something. I don't know. Yeah, but the game itself, the blinking mechanic was cool. The story was good. Of course, this is the part where I have to decide, hey, is it an A tier or a B tier? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. The story of the game was basically you died, and there's this coyote man or something, wolf man, on a boat who's bringing you to see God or something, and he has to tell your life story, and then you will be judged based on your life story. And it's interesting. It does that. It does some interesting things with that concept. Yeah. I'm putting this in B. B is getting kind of chunky here. I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like I'm going to have to demote a couple games here. Honey Pop Eye Tracker Stream When? That's a fantastic idea. You make up a reality of a nice life. Yeah, basically. There's questions about how, like, reliable of a narrator you really are. Yes. So, okay. Okay, let's keep going. Super Bernie World. This is a game that exists. It's basically a Super Mario clone, but starring Bernie Sanders, where you go to different cities and states to campaign for your presidential campaign. It's I mean, in terms of the gameplay, it's Mario. It's nothing too crazy. Has kind of a funny theme, you know. It was fine. I don't know. I feel like I gotta put this at C. It's like, I like that it exists. It's nothing special in terms of like the game itself, so I think I'm gonna put it at C. Okay. Next up, the Ninja Kiwi Archives. So, the Ninja Kiwi Archives are a collection of old Ninja Kiwi games. Ninja Kiwi is I guess the publisher behind the Bloons games, the Bloons Tower Defense games, all that stuff. So it's basically a collection of all the old Bloons and whatever other games they made or whatever. So we checked out the old Bloons Tower Defense games, the old Bloons games, the Super Monkey, whatever the hell game. And it was interesting. The thing about this is this is another one that's kind of difficult to rate as a game because it's kind of like it's a historical archive. It's literally called the Ninja Kiwi Archives, right? I believe so. So I like a lot of those games. So I don't feel like I can put this at C. I feel like it deserves B. I think so. So we're going to put it at B. Yeah. Okay, this is a game that was a lot longer than I expected to be, this next one. We played it during a variety stream. I thought it was going to take like an hour at most. It ended up being multiple hours, but I played all the way through it. This one. Ao Oni. This is also an RPG Maker horror game starring this thing. Its name is Ao Oni. Everyone say hi to Ao Oni. I mean, it was weird. It was honestly the scariest one. Out of this, Mad Father and Ebe, literally the scariest one. Because it wasn't all scripted. Ao Oni, he could come out of anywhere. You could just be walking around and then, surprise, he comes out of a door at you. Which made it way scarier when everything is, it makes it scarier when everything is not super scripted, because then, you can kind of follow the beats, you can kind of predict when things are going to happen, when things are not going to happen. This was very unpredictable. And he would like come after you when you're trying to solve puzzles and stuff, and don't like it as much as Eve, but it was still quite scary. So I feel like I gotta put this at B as well. And I'm feeling like B tier's getting a little big. I kind of want to move some stuff around. Honestly. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to take Tattletop, and I'm going to move it down to C. I am going to take Tattletop Virtual Pet and Juice Galaxy, and I'm going to bring them down to D. Gonna move F and F down a little bit to make room for Nier Automata, which I'm going to put in C tier. Okay, with me so far? With me so far? Let me do some arrangements here. Hold on a second. Okay. I think I am honestly really tempted to put Before Your Eyes in A. But I'm not going to do it yet, because I don't feel strongly about that. Do I put Monster Hunter Rise at D? I kind of want to. No, not yet. No, we're going to keep it at C for now. Okay, great. Anyway, moving on. VR chat. This is another one that's a kind of weird one to rate, because VR chat is, again, not really a game. It is a game. But it's a different kind of game. It is a VR virtual world where you just kind of hang out. I mean, there are games in VR chat, I suppose. It's kind of like Roblox in that way. But I feel like VR chat is a lot more about the just hanging out than it is about the games. I feel like Roblox is more focused on the games. I did not play this game in VR because I don't have VR. I just used mouse and keyboard. Flat screen VR chat. I had a fine time. I mean, I guess if I'm being honest, it was a little bit boring. Just a little bit. It was not... I haven't revisited it since, and haven't really had the urge to, because it was just kind of, I just kind of bullshit around for a while. So I am just moving stuff to make things fit better. I'm gonna put it in C. Like, I think it's cool. It just, yeah, it's not something I really feel like I want to go back to necessarily. So it's whatever. Okay, there we go. What number are we on? What the fuck? Okay, man, we're like not even halfway done. Okay, let's go. Man, water tastes so good when you're thirsty. Okay, here I have TF2. Not Team Fortress 2, but Titanfall 2. There was a day when the Titanfall community basically came together and was like, hey, we're all going to play on this day. To show that we still care about the game and that they shouldn't shut down the servers or whatever. I don't know if that was ever in question, but anyway... because they're not shut down yet. Even the Titanfall 1 servers are still up, so I'm not really sure where it came from. I guess, I don't know. Anyway, it happened to be the same day as the Resident Evil 8 demo came out. So I actually did a stream where I played both. I played Titanfall 2 for a while, then I played the Resident Evil 8 demo. I played the multiplayer, I did not play the campaign. But I'm going to rate this game talking about both the campaign and the multiplayer, because I have played the campaign, just not on stream. The campaign for Titanfall 2 is way better than you would expect. It's not just like sci-fi Call of Duty with mechs. It's like actually really well thought out, really well designed, really interesting. That being said, if I'm being honest, I don't remember what it was about really. I remember bits and pieces of the story, and I remember bits and pieces of some of the characters, but I don't really remember the plot all that much. What was memorable about it was the level design. Such a well-designed game, super fun. I love the first Titanfall is one of my favorite multiplayer online shooters ever. I wasn't expecting much from a Titanfall campaign, but Titanfall 2 campaign was really, really good. Yeah, I would definitely, if you like FPSs, definitely give it a shot. It's very well done. So I think it deserves A. Titanfall 1 would probably be S tier for me, because like I said, it's one of my favorite online multiplayer shooters. Titanfall 2 multiplayer I actually think isn't as good as the first Titanfall multiplayer. It's largely the same, but they made a few changes that I don't like as much, and I didn't get this game when it came out, so I played a ton of Titanfall multiplayer. I did not play a ton of Titanfall 2 multiplayer, just because I didn't get it at launch. So I think it deserves A, though. I think it's a really good game. So I guess that brings us to the other thing I mentioned, which is Resident Evil 8, but not the full game, because we didn't play the full game. The demo specifically. The demo was good. It did not blow me away, but it was really good. It got me excited for the game, which I still have not played, and I suspect that if I have played the full game, because people love the full game, people love it, I suspect I would too, but I have to judge it based on what I played. And what I played was good. It wasn't, I don't think the Village demo was as good as the Resident Evil 7 demo, though. Like, the Resident Evil 7 demo is, like, top tier. So I mean, this is another one that's kind of hard to rate, because I'm rating a game based on such a small percentage of it that I played. I am going to... Oh man, this is another tough one. I'm thinking A or B. But I feel like the only reason I'm thinking A is because I'm imagining what the full game is like, and not actually rating it based on what I played. But it's also been a while since I played it, so I might not be remembering it exactly correct. It's also a short demo. I'm gonna put it at B. Okay. So after playing the Resident Evil 8 demo, I figured I should probably finish Resident Evil 7. Which I had started playing on my own a long time ago, but never finished, because I was too much of a scaredy cat, poo-poo baby. Luckily, though, streaming makes it a lot easier, and also I turned it to easy when I played it on stream, and I think I was playing on normal before. So those two things combined made me be able to get through this game. This game rules. I love it. It's maybe, like, I haven't played Village. I have not played Resident Evil 8 yet. However, so keep that in mind. Resident Evil 7 might be the best horror game. Like, actually. Like, I have a special place in my heart for Little Nightmares. You guys know that. But, like, Resident Evil 7, the only complaint I have about Resident Evil 7 is maybe it drags on a little bit towards the end. Like, once you get past the boat and you go into, like, the salt mines or whatever, it gets a little... It maybe drags on a little too much. But it's, like, the first like, hour and a half, like, once you get everything from the beginning till you get to, like, the camper is, like, perfect. It's, like, a perfect game. And then the part with the bugs is fine. And then Lucas's part is really good. I really like Lucas's part. And then the boat stuff where you learn all the backstory is pretty cool too. I'm putting this S tier. Putting an S tier. I mean, in fact, I'm making the logo bigger. S tier. I really like it. I really like Resident Evil 7. This is another one that I've been considering going back, trying to get all the achievements for. Although some of them are really hard. Like, really hard. So I don't know if I'll actually do it, but yeah. Okay. Whew. You ready for another S tier? Dishonored 2. Dishonored 2 is a game that I did not get at launch. It was 2016. It was the same year as Titanfall 2. So, interesting story about Titanfall and Dishonored. Both of these were huge critical and commercial successes when they first came out. Dishonored 1 and Titanfall 1. Very successful, very good games. And then they both came out with sequels the same year, around the same time, like holiday 2016. And they kind of flopped. They were both critical successes. They got really good reviews. They're still really good games. But people didn't buy them as much, including me. I didn't buy either of them. And I think the biggest reason why they didn't sell well, and I mean, there's, it's not like my personal theory. It's a lot of people say this, but it's because because they launched in the holiday, they were competing with so many other big titles that they just didn't quite get the sales they were hoping for, I guess. But when I started streaming and I saw when Xbox bought Bethesda, it came to Game Pass, and I was like, okay, now's the time. And I played it, and it's great. It's probably better than Dishonored 1. Yeah, I think so. It just made so many improvements. There are so many more non-lethal options. I really like that. I like how in the first game you had drop assassinations, where you could fall on someone and you could kill them by doing a move when you're falling on them. But there was no non-lethal drop takedowns. Dishonored 2 added that. It added a way, if you're falling on top of someone, you could do a lethal takedown or a non-lethal takedown where you knock them unconscious by bashing their head on the ground. And you could also parry attacks, and then your enemies would get stunned, and then you could choke them out. So you could de-escalate fights. Whereas previously, if someone saw you, you basically had to either run away or kill them. So Dishonored 2 made a lot of improvements, and it was really, really good. It has a lot more replay value too, because you can play as one of two different characters. You can play as Corvo, who was the protagonist in the first game, or you can play as Emily, who's his daughter, who's grown up now in the second game. And they each have different powers. There's a new game plus mode where you can have combinations of both of the powers. Yeah, Dishonored 2, so good. I mean, S tier easily. Not even close. Not even close to not being S tier. Easy S tier. Love that game. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, on to the next game. No, I'm just kidding. So Subnautica. Subnautica is a game. It is a survival game that takes place primarily underwater on an alien planet. Okay. Third best game, you say. Third best game, really? Oh, after Honeypop 1 and 2, is that what you're saying? Third best game. Subnautica. I don't even know what to say about Subnautica. I really liked it at first. And then I just kind of got tired of it. Like, that, I don't know. It was just, I feel like, oh, you're putting Dishonored first. Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe these survival games just aren't really my thing. Like, I love Minecraft, but I feel like Minecraft... The thing that was good about Minecraft was not just the survival, it was also the mining and the building, which Subnautica... Okay, technically Subnautica has mining and building, but Minecraft has a world that's made of blocks that you can break all of them, you can shape the world however you want. The pure freedom of Minecraft is, I think, part of what made it good. The survival is another aspect of it that made it really good. I guess I just feel like I didn't want to, like, keep going with the story stuff, because it was just, like, find a thing and do some stuff, and it was kind of boring, and then the building is not all that interesting, because unlike Minecraft, where you have a lot of freedom, Subnautica's kind of like, everything looks the same. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a lot to say about it other than I just kind of got bored of it pretty quickly. I don't know. Like, I just felt like I was doing the same thing, and it didn't really... It was tedious, and... Yeah. C. I think. Wait, C? Wait. Let me think about this. C tier. Yeah, C tier. Yeah, C tier. C tier. I was legitimately considering D. That's stupid. It's not D tier. That's stupid. It's C tier. It's C. I'm looking at these other games, and these are a lot of, like, cool but not quite my thing, which is kind of how I feel about Subnautica. What are you doing, Goofer? You okay, Grover? Where's the Subnautica multiplayer? When's the Subnautica multiplayer stream? I don't know. Never, probably? I don't know. Maybe never. Maybe sometime. Haven't really thought about it in forever. Okay. Here's an interesting one. I made this logo myself, can you tell? The actual logo for the game is too long, so I made a small version. This is the Resident Evil 2 remake. Love this game. This was actually the first Resident Evil I ever played. Technically. I played the demo of this game, and then I was like, damn, that was really good. I should play I want to play more Resident Evil. So then I, like, immediately started playing Resident Evil 7. This was all off stream. This was years ago. 2019, I guess. So it was the first one I played, and then the full game came out, and I played through all of Leon A. Leon's first run Leon's first run campaign, whatever you want to call it, off stream. This was before I was streaming. And I was so impressed. I was like, wow, good AAA games do still exist. Like, I was just so blown away by it. I absolutely loved it. I think I've got to give it S. I think it's fantastic. I love the characters. I love the level design. It's not like crazy scary, but it has scary moments for sure. Yeah, I think it's so good. Yeah. I really like the like Metroidvania kind of level design that the Resident Evil games have, where you you're constantly going through a world and discovering puzzles and like keys to the puzzles, you know, and you have to be like, oh, I know where this thing goes, it goes with there, and you have to figure all that out and go to the different places. But then there's still kind of like a linear story progression, but it's worked so well into it, where it's like you do some stuff somewhere and then it's like, oh, Mr. X shows up here, and it's like that didn't happen. It just kind of happens all of a sudden, and now he's there now because you progress, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like you're just doing stuff. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense, what I just said? Anyway, I think it's really good. So, also, Ada Wong is in it. So, instant S tier just for that, I would say. Okay, Resident Evil 3 Remake now. This game I played for the first time... Oh, I guess I should mention for Resident Evil 2 Remake. Well, why would I mention that? I guess just to brag. I beat it on hardcore mode. Anyway, Resident Evil 3 Remake. I did not beat on hardcore mode, because hardcore mode was rough in RE2, and it would have been really rough in this game, I imagine. I really liked the Resident Evil 3 Remake. I heard it wasn't nearly as good. I heard it was kind of mediocre. And I do agree that it isn't as good as Resident Evil 7 or the Resident Evil 2 Remake, but I think it was really... It was different, because the thing is, it's shorter, it's a little bit more fast-paced and action-oriented, but I didn't... In fact, like, I liked that about it. I don't know if I prefer it over the style of Resident Evil 2, but it was such a nice change of pace after Resident Evil 2, you know what I mean? So I'm going to give this... I think I'm going to give it A. I think Resident Evil 3 deserves A. Resident Evil 3, not hardcore, because screw that. Exactly. Yeah. I liked RE3. Yeah, RE3 was... Yeah, I heard it was very mediocre, but I feel like it was really good. It's just not quite as good as the other ones, in my opinion. Okay. Nemesis was much cooler than Mr. X. Sure. Okay, I'll give you that. Okay, The Unfinished Swan. This game is a game that was, I believe, exclusive to the PS3 for a long time, and I always thought it looked really interesting. And I wasn't able to play it because it was on the PS3, but they brought it to PC recently, so I got to play it. It is a kind of walking simulator type game, I guess. And there's a story about something. I don't fucking remember what the story was about. But you shoot paint from you, and then you color the world around. I mean, I don't remember shit about this game, do I? Goddamn. In different levels of the game, you shot different liquids that did different things. I think there was a part where you shot water. What the hell was this game about? I literally can't remember now. What the hell? Anyway, B tier. B tier. B tier. Quantum Conundrum. This is a game that was made by some people who... D tier not significant. Well, it's not a great sign that I don't really remember it, but I remember really liking it, so I'm putting it B tier. Quantum Conundrum was made by some people who worked on Portal. I think some people who worked on Portal left Valve and formed their own studio and made this. It's similar to Portal in the sense that it is a first-person puzzle game. It has a cool art style. It's kind of like Despicable Me. You have like a crazy sciencey uncle, and you go to his house, and science happens. The main gameplay of the game is you switch between different dimensions to solve puzzles. So you can activate the fluffy dimension where everything is light and fluffy, or the heavy dimension where everything is heavy, or the reverse gravity dimension, I think was one. And then there was another one that I don't remember. Oh, like the slow time. I think it was like a slowing time dimension or something. It was a cool game. Not nearly as good as Portal, not as polished as Portal. But I do like it. I think I have to put this one in B also. So that's going to go right there. It's a cute game. I liked it when it came out, but it definitely has some issues. Messing with the physics sometimes can get pretty annoying. It's very physicsy. Okay, this game. Hatred. Hatred is a game that is kind of infamous because it is a game. You know, Hatred is a game that, like, really conservative parents think that all video games are. Hatred is literally about going outside and murdering innocent people with a gun. It's kind of like in GTA when you kill someone and then the police come after you and you have to survive against the police. That is the whole game. That is what Hatred is. Except it's like a top-down shooter. And you can, like, I think there's like crafting and you can pick up stuff too. It was fun though. Can't deny it was fun. Yeah, so I'm gonna give it B tier, I think. I even thought about playing more of it, although I didn't end up doing that. Okay. I feel like the B tier is gonna get pretty full. I think it's gonna get pretty full. But anyway, we'll deal with that problem when we get to that bridge or whatever. Eastshade. Eastshade is a cool game. It is about... I actually don't remember what the plot of it was. The plot wasn't really the focus of it, though. It was basically just exploring this world and painting stuff in the world. And you needed to, like, paint certain things to solve puzzles. It was a very chill, exploratory game where you talked to characters in the world and just kind of looked at pretty scenery. I liked it. This was another one that I was thinking about playing more of, but actually didn't end up playing more of. And just like the last one, just like the last few games, I'm actually going to put it over here for the sake of room. I'm going to put that in B tier as well. Okay, this one. This next one. Are you going to be rating the 3 random horror games? Oh, yes, I am. I sure am. Alright, Senran Kagura Estival Versus. This is a game. It is a hack and slash game with anime titties. It is scantily clad anime girls with swords, and they fight each other and stuff. I played this for like half an hour or an hour during the summer game stream, the Steam Summer Sale game stream, and I liked it. But I liked it less than I thought it would. The combat was definitely a little bit stiff, and I felt like it would get repetitive pretty quickly, although again, I can't say that for sure because I only played it for like an hour. Was this from the Summer Games Fest? It was, yeah. So I feel like I'm going to have to put this one in C tier. I remember liking the plot. Yeah, yes. Yes, although unlike Nier Automata, it was mainly just the plot, not the plot. Combat looked clunky. Yeah, that was kind of the problem I had with it. So we're going to squish this logo down a little bit. Put that in C tier and move on with our day. Okay. So yeah, there's a few more games that we played during the Summer Games stream coming up here. Remember Me. Graphics were good, yeah. It's true. Remember Me is a game that I remember back when it came out, got very mediocre reviews. It wasn't really one that I paid attention to or was very interested in, but it was a lot on sale, and I bought it because I was curious to check it out after remembering it from back in the day. It is a, like melee combat action adventure game. The main thing that was interesting about it was that you could create your own combos. So you could kind of pick the different moves that happen when you do certain button combos, which was really interesting. I didn't play it, again, this was another one that I played for half an hour. I didn't play it enough to really get a sense for whether it nails the execution on that concept, but the concept was interesting enough to me, and I liked what I played enough that it left a good impression on me. So I'm going to shrink this down, and I'm going to put it in B tier. Where's Unfinished Swan? Here it is. Let's move that a bit. Okay. I'm gonna run out of room. Am I putting too many things in B tier? I feel like I'm putting too many things in B tier. I don't know. Anyway. Next up we have another game that I only played half an hour of during the Summer Game stream, Emily is Away 3. So if you're familiar with Emily is Away, I played the first two on my own. They are really, really cool games. They're basically just talking. Well, the first one is basically in just having a chat with someone over a fake AOL Instant Messenger. And it's just a really wholesome romantic story. That one was free. There was a second one as well, where the second one was actually really cool because it had fake websites you went to, and it was still mostly an AOL Instant Messenger thing, but there were multiple people you talked to, and you had to manage two conversations at the same time and split your attention between them, which was actually quite difficult sometimes. That was really cool. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the third one at all. I didn't finish it. I only played half an hour of it. I don't remember really what it was like. I think it mainly takes place on a Facebook clone, right? Yeah. Sure. I don't really remember how I felt about it. I feel like it deserves B tier, but I almost want to put it at C just because I'm out of room in B tier. But no, let's put it in B tier. Let's put it in B tier. Because that is what I'm feeling. Even though it's another one where I don't really remember that much about it, to be honest. But the other games are good, so I have faith that this one was good too. Maybe I should finish it at some point. Maybe I should go back and play the other ones on stream and play that one as well. Okay. This one. Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl. Another one that I played during the Summer Games stream. Another one that I played for half an hour or maybe an hour. It is an open world first person shooter game, similar to something like Far Cry or Fallout, something like that. It's old. I feel like it hasn't aged all that well. It felt okay, the actual gunplay was fun enough. It was solid. But I was a little disappointed. It didn't seem like a game that would hold my attention for very long. I guess I didn't really have any interest in coming back to it after I played it. I was kind of like, oh, okay. Maybe I'll play the second one, but there is going to be a Stalker 2 coming out that actually looks pretty cool. But this one I was kind of like, okay, whatever. I'm going to put this in C tier, I think. Make the logo a bit smaller. Squeeze you in here, maybe. Okay. Alright. Okay. So this next one. Persona 4 Golden. Okay. This is an RPG. It is a JRPG. Like I mentioned, I don't really like RPGs that much. Part of the reason I don't like a lot of JRPGs is because they are so dialogue heavy. A lot of the times, with a lot of RPGs, it takes so long to get into the gameplay. Like that was a big problem I had when I played the demo for Fire Emblem Awakening and turned me off of Fire Emblem for a while, is there was just so much dialogue, so much tutorial, so much cutscenes that I was like, man, I just want to play the game. I just want to play the game. Please. We played Persona 4 Golden for like an hour and a half, maybe a little over 2 hours, like somewhere around there. There was not a single battle. We were walking around talking to characters the entire time. I have no idea what the gameplay is like. Now, I do remember the story being kind of interesting. But I am not, I don't like a game gets good 20 hours in mentality. I like when a game is good from the beginning. I don't feel like that's too much to ask, frankly. I'm putting this in D, only because what I remember of the story, I remember being intrigued by the story. I think that it was like a murder mystery or something like that. I forget. I like the piss dimension, right? The piss dimension, of course. How could I forget? Yeah, so I remember being intrigued by the story, but it just was like, it was a visual novel. Okay. I know Persona 4 Golden used to be Jude's favorite game. He's not going to be stoked about me putting it in D tier, but again, I want to stress, this is only based on my experience playing the first couple hours of the game. I have not played the whole game, not a full review, more of a first impression. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Anyway. Halo 3. This was the first game I ever played on the channel over 11 years ago, like 11 and a half years ago at this point. This was the first Halo game I ever played. I think. I played Halo multiplayer with my cousins before this, but I didn't like it. I remember being really confused by the first-person camera. I was like, why can't I see my character? I hate this. I hadn't played a first-person game before, so it was very strange for me. I like the story too, but I couldn't watch. Not enough excitingness to watch all. Yeah. F. Wait, F for what? F for what? F for Halo 3? No. I love Halo 3. I think it's great. One of the best Halo campaigns, probably not the best one. Maybe the best one. No, maybe. Definitely top 3. And I like Halo. It's the game that got me into Halo. I'm still super nostalgic for it. I enjoy playing it. I'm putting this in A, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's the one where if I want to play a Halo campaign, I'd probably go to that one. Again, first, second, or third. Yeah. Okay. What is this? What game is this? Oh, Journey. Journey is another former PS3 exclusive that came to PC. It is about a desert that you run around and you solve. It's kind of like a walking simulator platformer. It's a very artsy game. And it had like some kind of asymmetrical... Wait, is it asynchronous multiplayer aspect where you kind of can find other players in the world, but they're not actually there. They're kind of like imitating what that player did or something like that. I forget the exact details, but like that's an interesting aspect. I would say it's probably in the same category as like Unfinished Swan. It was kind of a similar kind of experience in the sense that it was kind of a cool, interesting, kind of artsy game. I liked it. Okay, this is an interesting one. How far are we, by the way? Oh, we are actually more than halfway done. Okay. Dishonored: Death of the Outsider. So this game, I think was supposed to... I imagine this game was originally going to be DLC for Dishonored 2, but then Dishonored 2 didn't sell very well, so they decided to make it its own spin-off game. Because it's basically it's mechanically very similar to Dishonored 2. It has the same UI, it has the same engine and everything, but you play as a new character. You play as Meg Foster. That was her fake name, though. That was her like alias name. She had a real name. I forget what it is. Oh, Billy Lurk. It was Billy Lurk. You play as Billy Lurk, who's in the second game, but you don't play as her in the second game. And your goal is to kill the Outsider. Dishonored: Death of the Outsider was still very Dishonored, still very good. Here's one thing that I actually think Dishonored: Death of the Outsider did better than the other two Dishonored games. I like how the ending isn't dependent on how you played, which might sound weird considering I really like that about Undertale, but I like a thing I like about Dishonored is the freedom in how you play, and I feel like having you get a bad ending if you play a certain way discourages you from playing that way. So I liked that Dishonored: Death of the Outsider didn't do that. Other than that, though, I think the level design was mostly on par. I didn't like the final level. I also wasn't as interested in the plot as I was in the first two games. So I'm honestly considering giving this one an A instead of an S. Not sure though. I think I might though. I think I might. I just remember the final level being, frankly, like too hard. Like there were just so many people everywhere and so like little places to hide and stuff. It's kind of frustrating. Yeah. I also don't like how in 2 and Death of the Outsider they got a new voice actor for the Outsider. It might be the same voice actor, but they put like effects on his voice that make him sound really different. I much prefer his voice in the first game. I'm going to leave it at A for now, I think. I'm going to leave it at A. Okay. Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite, I only played on stream during the July tech preview. So it was basically just a few hours of me playing multiplayer against bots. I am going to rank this game based on the full game that I played off stream, and not just based on the July tech preview that I played on stream. So, okay. So first, I guess let's talk about the multiplayer first. So I always felt like Halo was more about the campaign and the story mode and everything until Halo 5 happened. Halo 5 had a doo-doo campaign, both story-wise and, I mean, it was, it was repetitive, kind of gameplay-wise. You fight the same boss like several times. It's not great. So that really turned me onto the multiplayer, which actually was like perfect in Halo 5. Halo 5 back in its day, like the first 6 months of when it came out, like my favorite competitive shooter. like straight up. I said earlier that Titanfall is like my second favorite competitive shooter. Halo 5 was my first, for sure. I played that game a ton. I love that game. I like it for a lot of the reasons why a lot of hardcore Halo fans don't like it. I liked a lot of what was different about it. Halo Infinite kind of brings it back to basics. It's very much trying to invoke feelings of nostalgia for people who played like the original trilogy and stuff. And I think it does a good job of it. I still think it's a solid game, but I do miss a lot of what made Halo 5 special, you know? So I like Halo 5 multiplayer better, but I still think they did a good job. I think they did a bad job with the progression in the multiplayer system, though. So one thing that's interesting is it has battle passes. It's free to play. The multiplayer is actually free to play in this one. It has battle passes. But the thing that's interesting about the battle pass in Halo Infinite is that it's not limited time. You can go back and buy older battle passes, and you can put your progression towards any of the battle passes you have. So you don't always have to be putting your progress towards the newest battle pass. You can, you know, if you don't play all the time, you don't just miss a battle pass. It's like, oh, I wanted to get that one skin, but it's too late, it's gone. You can just go back and play and earn whatever you wanted that was in whatever battle pass you want. So that's awesome. However, the progression is really slow, for one thing. That's something people have complained about. My complaint is that that's the only form of progression. There's no player level, which is very odd to me. Like, imagine in Dead by Daylight, if there was no, because I mean, Halo doesn't have different characters, so there's no character level, there's no player level. The only sense of progression is like the Rift. Like, that would be weird, right? That's Halo Infinite. And that bothers me. Now, it's a bit of a weird complaint because it doesn't really affect the gameplay. It's just kind of, I like watching the number go up, and there's no number going up in this one. So, it's a bit of a minor complaint, but it is something that bothers me. The campaign for this game is one of the most fun Halo campaigns I've played. I like the openness of it, not necessarily the fact that it's open world, if that makes sense, and the grappling hook is so much fun. The grappling hook really brings the game together. Like, that really makes the game. I don't think it needed to be as big of an open world as it was. I think just open enough to let you kind of tackle challenges how you want to would have been enough. You know, like, treat it more like a hub world than a fully open world game. I don't feel like it quite, because after you beat the game, it's like, okay, you can go around and kill all these targets. It's like, okay, but why though? You know? So, yeah. I'm going to put this... I feel like I complained about it a lot. But I think I'm still going to put it in A. Because I do like it. Speaking of Dead by Daylight, this is another one that's going to be really hard for me to rate. I don't know how the hell I'm going to rate this. Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is my most played game on Steam. Possibly my second most played game ever. Aside from Minecraft. Now, there's no way of knowing how many hours I have in Minecraft, but I guarantee you it's in the thousands. I don't think there's any other game I have that many hours in. I think Dead by Daylight might be my second most played game ever. I have like a little over 300 hours in it now. So obviously I like it. It has issues. It's not perfect. But it is a lot of fun. I like playing it alone. I like playing with friends. I like the perks. I like customizability. So I like being able to play with different perk builds and stuff. That's fun. Yeah, I just generally really enjoy it, and that's why I've played it for so long. I think I'm gonna put it in A. I was honestly kind of expecting to put this in B, but after looking at all the games I have in A and B, I'm like, no, I think it should be up here in A. I think so. Okay. Here's one. I forget who requested this. It was either Matthew or Beta. There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension. This game is a game I didn't think I would like all that much, because I remember seeing people play the original Game Jam game of, like, There Is No Game, the original free game, whatever. And I was like, okay, it's kind of funny, it's kind of cool, it's interesting, but it's not, it's not like great. It's not like, whoa, it's so good. Like, I wasn't really expecting much from this game, if I'm being honest. But I do really like. I actually ended up really liking it. It really surprised me. It was interesting. I don't really know what else to say about it. It was meta, which I like. I like meta things. It had good humor, made fun of video games and stuff. The way you interacted with it was cool and different. Yeah, I think this is tough, though. I am debating between A and B, because there's another game that I actually feel like is very similar to There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension that I liked more, but I'm not sure quite deserves S. And I don't know if I want to put them in the same tier, so I'm thinking I might have to put There Is No Game in B. Unsure. I'm also looking at some of the B and C and thinking, oh, maybe I should move that down. Maybe I should put Nier Automata at F. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to put it at B. I think. Wait, no. Maybe it does deserve A. I'm going to leave it at B for now and maybe change it later. Okay. Hades. Hades is a very beloved game. It is a roguelike. It is a isometric roguelike hack and slash game inspired by Greek mythology. Greek mythology? Yeah, Greek mythology. Greek mythology? Yeah, Greek mythology. It was a lot of fun. I don't really know why I haven't played it since again. I guess I was just playing other stuff at the time and it kind of forgot about it. It was cool though. It was fun. I did like it. I like roguelikes where stuff carries over. I like when you fail in a roguelike, but it doesn't feel like a waste of time. I like when you get something still, like experience or like some kind of currency or something. I like when things carry over between ones. I like that sense of progression in certain roguelikes. I guess that makes them a roguelite. I don't know. Whatever. For this one, I am debating between A and B as well. What games did I miss? I don't know how long you were gone for. Dead by Daylight's an A. Halo Infinite's an A. There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension is B, but I was debating between A and B. I don't think you missed much then if you left on Halo Infinite. I don't think I did that many. Talking about Hades now. I think... If I put it in B, though, I'm out of room. I'm out of room in B. Where am I going to put it? Hmm. Maybe I move. I don't want to move things just because I'm running out of room. That feels unfair, you know? Things don't need to be evenly distributed. I should rank them how I think they should be ranked. I am running out of room, though. I thought I made all of them small enough to where it would be fine. Okay, let's... Hold on a second. Just moving some stuff around. Moving some stuff around. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Where's hatred? Hatred. Go there. Emily's away 3. You go here. Journey, you go here. Unfinished Swan, you go here. I'm playing Tetris over here. Gonna have to explain everything since I'm listening on my car radio now. Okay. I'm just moving. I'm not moving things to different tiers. I'm just moving. I'm just trying to fit things together better. Okay, Spellbreak logo can be smaller. Mad Father logo can be smaller. Told you B wasn't big enough. Having to like find them on my... Probably find all the layers to move them around. It's a bit annoying. Make Undertale smaller. Probably a good idea. Yeah. Probably a good idea. Okay. Where's the hatred logo? There. It's so tiny. There. Undertale. Where's Undertale? Undertale. Whoop. Oh, look how much space that saved. So much. Okay, Hades. Anyway, Hades. Did I decide where I'm going to put this? Nope, sure didn't. Let me get rid of this little thing on the A so that I can fit it somewhere. Probably going to put it in B, I think. Kind of pains me. But you know what? Decisions have to be made, okay? Anyway, Roblox. So I debated whether to rate each Roblox game individually or just rate Roblox as a game. I decided to just rate Roblox as a game mostly. Because I don't know, I feel like I don't really have much to say about the games individually. I have more things to say about Roblox as a whole. So I played Roblox a bit back in the day, mostly the natural disaster survival stuff, and I liked it. Back in the day, I played a lot of it with my friend Joe, and I've always respected Roblox. I think it's like the butt of a lot of jokes, you know. It's like, oh, it's just a kid's game, whatever. But I didn't believe that. I thought, well, it's good based on if you find the right game. Well, yes, fair enough. After having played Roblox recently, I didn't like it as much as I remembered. There were some games that I liked more than others, of course. Of course, that's going to happen. There's bad games, there's good games in Roblox, that happens. But I don't know. I feel like the Roblox jank kind of infests all of it in a way, and I don't. Again, I'm also rating my experience with it, which I don't think I could rate any higher than a C. So I'm gonna put it right next to Subnautica here, right next to Subnautica in C tier. There it is. Make it a little smaller. Subnautica. Oh, this fucking game. Alright, we have a D or an F tier, ladies and gentlemen. Blair Witch. I was so disappointed. This is maybe... If I was going to give an award... Hold on a second. Roblox is definitely a game that you have to be looking for games you like or you'll get burnt out. That's fair. That is fair. So Blair Witch. Developed by Bloober Team, who is a developer that I like. They made Layers of Fear, which I think is a great game, one of my favorite horror games, for sure. Didn't play it on the channel, but I would like to at some point. They also made Observer, which had things that were better about it and some things that were worse about it. The thing that was worse about Observer was that they tried to add gameplay. Because Layers of Fear was basically a horror walking simulator. But I don't think that was a bad thing. I think it worked. I think they did it really well. And I thought it had an interesting story. I had good visuals. Similar to Ebe. Kind of, not pixelated, but it was also about an artist. So it had like painter aesthetics and stuff, you know. Similar music to Ebe as well, like piano music kind of stuff. I like the music in that game as well. In Observer... there are parts where you're in a maze and you have to run away from an enemy. It's very like generic horror game kind of gameplay, you know? Blair Witch kind of took that a bit further. It doesn't have any of that as far as I remember, but it tried to add some more moments of gameplay that ended up just being really tedious or boring or frustrating. And the story too, like, I liked some elements of the story, but I was like, man, how many Bloober Team games are there gonna be that are about like marriage troubles? I swear to God, in Layers of Fear, in Observer, in Blair Witch, it's all like It's all like marriage issues. The video game. I'm like, how many? What is the CEO of Blair Witch like? Hate his wife or something? Like what? I did not like this game at all. This game was not fun. It does have one redeeming quality, however, and that is the dog. The dog rules. It is like one of the best dogs in video games. You can do so much with the dog. You can get the dog to like sniff out the objective. The dog helps you with like enemies by like barking at them. You can play fetch with the dog. You can pet the dog. You can feed the dog. The dog is like the best. Okay. Like top tier dog. So S tier. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm gonna. Ooh. I kind of want to put it in D for dog. Unironically. I feel like yeah. That's kind of what I'm feeling. I'm feeling D for dog right now. I'm feeling D for dog. I think F would also be a fine place for it. But I think my feelings on it are a bit closer to Unravel and Persona 4 Golden than Tattletale's Egg Hunt. So, yeah. Okay, this is an interesting one. I feel like my opinions on this game are different than most people's. 12 minutes. 12 minutes is a top-down puzzle game. It's kind of like a point-and-click adventure game kind of thing, but it's top-down and it's about a time loop. I was really excited for this game. I know a lot of people were. It looked really interesting when they first showed it at E3. It has a star-studded cast. It has Daisy Ridley from Star Wars. It has Willem Dafoe. It has James McAvoy. Now, I thought it was pretty good. I went playing. It was kind of boring to watch. It was a bit frustrating to play because it was like, okay, I want to try one thing differently, this loop, to see if something different happens or if this is the solution to the problem, and then you would have to do the whole loop again because it wasn't, and it was just it was a little bit frustrating. I liked the story. The main complaint I hear about it is the ending. Apparently there are multiple endings. I like the ending I got. I liked the story. I thought it was a good story with, you know, plenty of twists and turns to get you on your keep you on your toes. I think we're both thinking D. I was not thinking D. I was thinking, honestly, I came in here thinking it was going to be B tier. After looking at all the games that we have in the different tiers, though, I think it needs to go in C. That's what I think. I still like it more than these games. Yeah. So I still think I like the game more than most people do, but it's not like an amazing game. I wouldn't like strongly recommend it, but I did like the story. I thought elements of the gameplay were cool too. Some of the puzzle solutions, but others were really frustrating. Okay. So after we played Dishonored, Dishonored 2, and Dishonored Death of the Outsider, we played Prey for one stream. It is made by the same developers as the Dishonored games, and it's a good game. I think the main thing that turned me off from it, the reason why I didn't keep playing, you also put Nier in C, so you have terrible judgment. It's a C tier game, okay? I stand by my C tier. I think. Prey. Anyway, Prey. It seems like a really cool game. It's kind of hard. It reminds me a lot of System Shock 2. I'm a C tier person. Wow. Okay, you know what? That's not that bad, okay? It's not even, that's, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. An upper B, that's a B, right? Okay, I thought that might have been a D. Aw, thanks. That's better than C. Prey. It has similarities to Dishonored, but it's not a stealth game. This is also like a futuristic sci-fi game as opposed to like a Victorian era game. Or like an Industrial Revolution era game. It takes place on a space station. It's a lot like System Shock 2. I feel like there was heavy inspiration there. I don't know anything about the original Prey. So this Prey is actually like a remake or a reboot, or maybe it's completely unrelated, but there's another game called Prey from like 2007, I think, that I don't really know anything about. So maybe it's similar, I don't know. I think the problem I had with this game was honestly just the performance. Dishonored 2 and Death of the Outsider also had performance issues for me, but those games were like so good that I pushed through them, and I feel like with Prey, I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna wait until I have a better computer or an Xbox Series X or something to finish this game. I did like it though. I feel like putting Prey, I almost want to put it in A. But I think given the fact that I gave up on it so easily, like, I feel like I have to put it in B. I don't think I could put it in A. But if I was like being specific and ordering them, I would probably put it in like high A, or sorry, high B, low A, I guess. Next you need to rate thumbnails. Super Seducer and the one RE3 remake thumbnail with you and Nemesis are S tier. I don't know if I'm gonna rate my own thumbnails. Like, I'm not gonna rate my own content. That seems a bit weird. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here's another contender for Disappointment of the Year. Another nominee. Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. So, I played Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. No, sorry. I played Super Monkey Ball Deluxe on the PS2 when I was a kid a ton. That game's great. Like, I really liked so much about that game. Banana Mania kind of took away everything I liked about it, I guess. So Banana Mania is a remake of, or it's like a remaster. I don't really know all the content that's in 1, 2, and Deluxe. Looked very easy? No. No, that was the opposite of my problem with it. So many of the early levels were made so frustrating by the lack of camera controls and also the physics being so different without the levels changing. Also, one thing I really liked about Deluxe is that there were multiple worlds, and each world had a bunch of different levels, but you only had to complete a certain amount of levels in each world to move on to the next world. You could do whichever levels you wanted in that world. It wasn't like one level, then the next level, and the next level. You could do whichever ones you wanted. So if you found one that was too hard, you could just do a different one. I loved that about that game. This game, you can't do that. And the physics weren't as good. The camera controls were annoying. And oh man, Monkey Target, which is a mini game that's in this game that was also in Deluxe, they completely ruined the physics in that too. So that was like unplayable. There's mini games missing from this one too. I was very disappointed with it. I bought the Deluxe. I mean, it was only like $40, but maybe 30. I don't remember. I bought like a Deluxe version of it, like at launch, because I was excited for it because I liked Monkey Ball as a kid. And I was disappointed by the way that this remaster went. I feel like I'm putting it at D tier. I don't think it's worthy of F. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, now we are going to move on to the first of my 3 random horror game streams. So the first 3 random horror game I played was a game called Paratopic. This was an interesting game. It was a sort of PS1 graphics style walking simulator type of game with not very explicit story. What I gathered is you like smuggle contraband somewhere. You're like a drug dealer or something. And some shit there's a lot of driving. There's a lot of sections in this game where you're just driving for a long time and nothing happens for some reason. I don't know. It kind of teleports you around to different scenes very kind of randomly. It was an interesting game though. I enjoyed it. I like when games just kind of let you explore the world and experience things that happen and don't have dialogue and like explicitly tell you what's going on. I like that. This was an interesting game. I thought it was cool. I don't think it's like A tier though. Is it B tier? Yes. Yes, it is. Paratopic is B tier. I decree it so. If I can shrink this enough to... Why am I rotating it? I want to rotate it. I want to make it smaller. So I can fit it right here. Thank you. Okay. The Honey Pop 2 Uncut and Censored thumbnail was also pretty good, yeah. I like that one too. Okay. Poppy Playtime. Poppy Playtime is pretty solid. The only complaints I have about it are that it was a bit unpolished. It's pretty buggy. Had a little bit of performance issues. Also, they were going to sell NFTs. I don't know if they went through with that. I think they might have backed off on that, but they were going to make NFTs. But I don't really care. That's not going to affect its score or anything, but figured I'd mention it. I also don't like the fact that it's episodic. I understand that you probably have to do that for money reasons, like your money from the first chapter is going to fund development of the future chapters and all that. Like, I get why they do it. It makes sense. I don't know. It was so short that I'm like, I kind of wish I got to play a whole game rather than just a portion of a game. I'm just kind of tired of the episodic horror game thing, I guess. Bendy did it, Dark Deception does it, and it's like, I don't know. Not a huge deal, but... Okay, where do I put Poppy Playtime? Is it A tier? Is it B tier? My only complaints I had about it were technical. And it wasn't even that bad. Like, so do I want to put it up there with Inside, Undertale, Tattletale, Eve, Portal Reloaded, Halo 3, Titanfall 2, Dishonored Death of the Outsider, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Halo Infinite, and Dead by Daylight? Or do I want to put it here with Prey, Mad Father, Splitgate? Too short. It is quite short. But it was pretty good. Yeah, what they have is very solid, I think. I think I want to put it at A. I like it. I think I'm closer to liking this in this tier than I like. Yeah. I'm eyeing Splitgate, thinking maybe I should put that in A instead, but I'm not sure about that. Anyway, I'm gonna put. I think Poppy Playtime is like maybe a low A tier. Maybe a low A tier. Okay. Next up is a game I really liked. I also think I did chapters because it's a safer thing to do. Like, people are more willing to spend $5 for one chapter than spend like $25 up front. Maybe. It's probably true. Okay, Rusty Lake Hotel. I really liked this game. It's like a point-and-click adventure puzzle game, but it just has it has a nice charm to it. Like, I really like it. Yeah, it was like appropriately disturbing I don't know how to. I think if they spend a whole lot of time and money developing a game, and it flops, you lose a lot. That's I mean, that's for sure true. Yeah, that's for sure true. Talking about poppy playtime, yeah. I want to put Rusty Lake Hotel in A. Honestly, I was really it really appealed to me. I don't know. But if you put a bit of time and money into a section, it does well. You can make more with the money you get. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you haven't saved in a while. Okay, I'll save. Thank you. I'm gonna put Rusty Lake Hotel in A. I really enjoyed this game. It was a short and simple game, but it really appealed to me. I really dug the vibe of it. Oh shit! I didn't realize we were on this game already. How far are we? How far are we? Oh, we have 20 more to go. Oh, I guess 21 technically. Now here's a game. Here's a video game. Inscryption. God, I love this game. I knew I would love it as soon as I saw it at E3. I was like a horror card game with like hidden lore and shit. Like, oh my, what the fuck? It was like when I first saw Splitgate. I was like, sorry, the developers like read my mind and like make a game exactly for me. What about your own game from the Game Jam? I thought about that, but I'm like, I'm not going to rate my own game. I included my Tattletale fan game in the list, but then I didn't even rate it. First and third act are amazing. Yeah, the second act is definitely the weakest part, but it's not bad either. I mean, just S tier. This was my game of the year for 2021, I think, easily. Even though Little Nightmares 2 and Honey Pop 2 came out this year. Oh man, I mean, that's tough, but I really liked Inscryption. Yeah, loved it. Okay. Here we have another Rusty Lake game. Rusty Lake Roots. I guess should I talk? I didn't really say that much about Inscryption, other than that's really good. I don't really know what else you could say other than like, I don't want to say spoilers, really. I don't like. I don't know. It's a really good card game with a really good story. You should play it. Anyway, Rusty Lake Roots. Honey Pop 2 was so hyped and got me hooked on Honey Pop. Honey Pop 2 is really good. It's really good. Okay. Rusty Lake Roots is a game that I initially didn't like as much as Rusty Lake Hotel. It was a much bigger game, and it felt, I don't know, I felt like the tightness of Rusty Lake Hotel was something I really liked about it. It was a very self-contained, interesting story, and it didn't drag on. Rusty Lake Hotel has a lot. Rusty Lake Roots has a lot. Jesus. I do really like the story still. It still had really good puzzles. I feel like I have to put it in the same tier. I don't think it's like significantly worse. It's like maybe I like it slightly less, but not by much. I think it deserves A tier. I'm gonna put it in A tier here. Okay. Oh. Little Nightmares. The original Little Nightmares. Okay, so Little Nightmares. I already talked about it, but it's just so much fun. It's not like a scary game. It's not really that scary. Oh, stream issues. Drop frames. No, we're fine. Okay. It's not scary, but it's really fun, and the atmosphere is so good, and the character designs are so good, and everything is just so good. It's just so good. Like, I played it so much, even after I was done playing it. I played through it multiple times, then I played it to get all the achievements and all the collectibles, and then I started speedrunning it. I speedran this game just because I didn't want to stop playing it. Was it even around for this? When I first started playing this, I was not streaming. Even when I was speedrunning it, I was recording it. I wasn't even streaming. I was just uploading my runs to YouTube unlisted so that I could submit my runs and stuff. Anyway, yeah, I love this game, S tier. It's fun. I love the atmosphere, the characters, everything. Just great. Was very impressed. Okay, now on to another 3 random horror games stream. We're talking about One Night at Flumpty's 3 with the old Serial Out Extreme Gamer 5000. No, this was after then. This I played in like late 2019, so it wasn't. Yeah. One Night at Flumpty's 3. Would it be too much to say that this is the best FNAF fan game? Is that hyperbolic, or is that just true? Like, the One Night at Flumpty series as a whole is just so well done, from the art to the gameplay, and this third one was such a good finale to it all. I mean, I just can't think of any FNAF fan games that I like more. I mean, there's big ones like The Joy of Creation story mode, but I definitely don't think that game is like perfect. I think it has some issues, although it's still good. One Night at Flumpty's is just so good. It's just perfect. I don't know what else to say about it. Would I put it in S tier? Probably not. I'm gonna put this. I think it deserves A tier. I'm actually going to condense this to ONAF 3 just to save some space here. Yeah. Okay. Here's another game I'm unsure about. Obusite. This is a game I played during a 3 random horror game stream. It is a Little Nightmares inspired game. It is fine. It was fine. It was very unpolished. The movement wasn't great, but I feel like it got the like it had the right idea, and I had fun. I genuinely had fun with it, although it wasn't. Describe, please. What was it about? There was a guy who came out of mirrors, I think. Oh, but it wasn't Mirror Layers. It was Obusite. There was like an old man guy that came out. There was another Little Nightmares inspired game we played, so I might be confusing it a little bit for that one, but I'm pretty sure I have them straight. Yeah, the controls were just a little stiff, whereas in Little Nightmares were a little bit more physicsy, a little bit more loose. Yeah. I don't want to say loose, that makes it sound bad, but it sounds like Epic Mickey 2. I have not played Epic Mickey 2. I have played Epic Mickey 1, and I really liked it, actually. I have not played the second one, though. Anyway, Obusite, I'm going to put it in C. It was fine. It's just, yeah, it was a bit unpolished, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it enough. Okay, here's a game that I actually really like. I'm on observation duty. So this game is about, you have to look through camera. You flip through cameras in this house, and you play spot the difference, basically. You have to look for things that are changed and report them, and then if you miss too many, you lose. Really fun. Also really fun to watch people play. Like it's really fun to watch other people play these games and like play along with them. Like you look for differences as they're playing, right? That's what I found when I've watched other people play this. My only real complaint for I'm on observation duty is that it doesn't take itself very seriously, especially in the later games. In 2 and 3, it gets like bananas. And I kind of wish it was scarier. I kind of want to see like a more horror focused version of it, because it's a little goofy. It's a little bit of a goofy game. So I don't like that about it. It's not like strictly speaking bad, it's just not what I wanted, I guess. I want to put this at A tier, like straight up. Straight up A tier. Not a lot of room in A tier. I guess I gotta make some of these logos smaller. A lot of big logos over here. Make inside smaller here. Make Tattletale a bit smaller. Ebe, you go there. Can I like select all these at once? No? It's not really how it, because they're all on different layers, so I guess I have to. Okay. Shoot. Okay, there, sure, yeah. I remember being terrified of that game, really. I mean, there were scary parts, I guess. It's just, I don't know, it's not a very, like, horror-focused game, I guess. I don't know. Along with the big tractor from Cars, yeah. True. Oh, here's an interesting one. Minecraft. So Minecraft. I am not going to be rating Minecraft as Minecraft the entire game. I am going to be specifically talking about the Minecraft 1.17 and 1.18 updates. So the updates that came out in this past year. The first two parts, I guess, of the Caves and Cliffs update. I was really excited when the Caves and Cliffs update was announced. Like, finally, we're getting new cave generation. Increasing the world height was super cool. Just these like really big sweeping changes to the world generation and a lot of cool new features. And then they decided to split it into two parts. And the reason they gave for this was basically to give their developers a break so they don't have to like crunch to get it done. And that's fair. And I'm not saying they should crunch. In fact, I'm saying they shouldn't. They definitely should not. That's bad. But what I think instead what they should have done is, or what I would have liked, is if they just delayed the whole update until all of it was done. Now I'm realizing now that it might have been delayed for a lot longer if they had done that, because even though we have gotten the two parts of the Caves and Cliffs update, we still don't have anything. We still don't have everything that was announced for the Caves and Cliffs update. We still don't have the Deep Dark, which honestly was the most exciting part of the update. Well, one of the most exciting parts. I think making the world deeper and taller is also pretty exciting, in my opinion. And also the archaeology stuff. Now, I thought the archaeology stuff looked stupid anyway, so I don't even care about that. But not having the Deep Dark really made the update feel a bit more empty, and also having them split into multiple parts made them feel like minor updates instead of the one big release that I was excited for. That being said, the content of the updates themselves are good. I like the new features. I like the world generation changes and everything. Kind of unsure where to put this. Because my complaints about the updates are really not about the content of the updates. It's about like the marketing and release schedule of the updates. So I feel like I don't want to be too harsh on it based on that. I'm gonna put it an A, I think. Put a little Minecraft logo between Tattletale and Undertale here. think I'm gonna put it in A. I expected to make it lower, but I don't think I could. I don't think I could do that. It's still Minecraft. It's still fun. The updates were good. It just wasn't quite as exciting, I guess. Okay. We need to start filling up these bottom rows. There's a couple games coming up that I think are going to be down there. Like this one, Andy's Apple Farm. Just kidding. I actually did like this. Well, did I like it? Andy's Apple Farm is an internet horror game with hidden lore. And that's kind of the whole thing. Like, as I was playing it, I just kind of felt like that's kind of all it had going for it. Was that it had some lore. And what I could gather of the lore, and I didn't like watch film theory or anything. I don't like know the deeps of the lore. But it just seemed like kind of been there, done that. I don't know. Like, what I got from it was, okay, this guy Andy is a representation of some dude who murdered people, and the people are vengeful spirits who are tormenting him in this game. I don't know if they're like literally spirits trapped in the game or something. I don't know. But it just, I was like, it's kind of like FNAF, I guess. I don't know. But without animatronics. It was a cool experience, I guess. I don't know. It was fine. It was fine. I'm not crazy about it, honestly. I don't know. I'm feeling C or D. I don't think I could put it in D. I don't think I could put it in D. I don't think so. Excuse me while I try to make room in C tier for Andy's Apple Farm. Really? You think D tier? You think I should put it in D tier? Too much one out of game. That is how I feel. But did I really not like it as much as I didn't like these games? Like, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Honestly, there's a lot of games, though, in C tier that could easily be D tiers for me. I don't know. You're not comparing it to other games. You're just rating it. Well, I feel like I should compare it to other games. Well, I feel like I should compare it to the other games I have listed, because what's already there gives meaning to what the tiers mean, you know what I mean? Like, if I like it more than Monster Hunter Rise, it should be above Monster Hunter Rise. If I like it less than Monster Hunter Rise, it should be below Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like comparing it to games makes sense. I might have to move some more games down to D, honestly. Because I'm looking at, like... Like Super Bernie World. I basically said a very similar thing to Super Bernie World as I did to Andy's Apple Farm, which is, it just wasn't that interesting to me. Super Bernie World might be worse. But like, it had fine game. It was just a platform. It was just basic. I kind of want to put that in D. And then put Andy's Apple Farm in C. Or you can move Monster Hunter Rise. Well, I could. But I don't feel that negatively about Monster Hunter Rise. Again, it's not really my thing, but I don't feel that negatively about it. Maybe I don't feel that negatively about Super Bernie World though either. I don't know. Maybe I should put Super Bernie World back. I feel kind of bad putting Super Bernie World that low. Although maybe my political, maybe the fact that I like Bernie is getting in the way of me accurately rating this game. Too biased. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it for now. We're just gonna continue. I'll figure it out later. I will decide later. I'm gonna leave it how it is. Okay. Oh God. Oh God. Make up your mind, indecisive man. No, I'm too indecisive. I'm too indecisive. This is a common problem in my life. Make your decisive strike, yeah. Okay. Paralysis. I know that this is a Roblox game, but I played it separately from the main Roblox stream, and I feel like I have more to say on it that I decided to make it separate. I decided to rate it separately. So, for Paralysis. I didn't know it was paid access. Oh. So I only played like a free, like a demo of it basically, I guess. I don't know. It was okay. It was very generic and uninteresting. And also it had some Roblox jank attached to it, being a Roblox game. It is kind of impressive that it was made in Roblox, given what it is. Like, I'm kind of surprised that you can make something like that in Roblox. So it's impressive in that sense. But, man, it was just... it was just boring. It was just boring. It was just so... I don't know. F tier. I'm putting it in F. Alright, we have our second F, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Okay. Here's another game that I played in 3 Random Horror Games. I like this game. It's called Maple County. It is inspired by a YouTube analog horror series called Mandela Catalog. We actually, in the same stream that I played this, reacted to all of the Mandela Catalog that was out at the time. I thought so highly of it because it broke the normal Roblox horror game type. That's fair. That's fair. And it did. And I think it deserves some credit for that. Still gonna put it in F tier. So Maple County was a very, very, very short but entertaining game. It was cool. It was just a little kind of interactive experience. It was I don't know, it felt like you were playing an episode of Mandela Catalog. So it succeeded in that sense. It was like you were training for the alternate invasion. It was cool. I liked it. I'm gonna put an A. Putting an A. I need to make some of these things smaller again, I think. There was this part of it where, you know, it's mostly 2D, you're just kind of clicking on stuff, doing this little interactive training video thing, and then all of a sudden it becomes a 3D game for like 5 minutes. But it looks so cool. It was like really staticky. Like it looked like it looked like real old VHS footage almost. because it was just so like filtered that it kind of hid the fact that it was a video game, if that makes sense. Where the hell is... Okay, Portal, go there. Titanfall 2 to the left. Halo 3 to the left. What could I fit in that little space? Westy Lake Hotel, One Night at Flumpty's 3, you can go there. Okay. Maple County. Smaller one. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not resorting to that quite yet. Oh, God. We've reached that point in the stream. We've reached that point. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. The third nomination for biggest disappointment. Oh man. Okay. Let's talk about what I expected from this game first. What I expected was a game that, to non-FNAF fans, would be very mediocre. Like, not bad, but just kind of like not that interesting or significant. But I thought, because it's a FNAF game, the fact that it's mediocre, but also a FNAF game, would be that FNAF fans would love it. That's what I expected. Like Cyberpunk, I think the glitches made up its popularity. I don't think so. I don't think the glitches were the only problem. So this was a very laggy and buggy game, for starters. But I really don't think that's far from the only issues. I'm not normally a FNAF fan, but I would play this game if it were given to me. I mean, that's fair. Perfectly understandable. It just... Okay. It's clear to me that I'm not even talking about the glitches or the lag here. It feels unfinished from a design standpoint. Let me give you an example. Because I know what time... Okay, I see. There was a part in the game where you are in Freddy. It's towards the beginning. And Freddy runs out of power. And you are next to a charging station. It forces you out of Freddy. And a little message comes up. And like a tutorial instruction card thing. And it says, Freddy's out of power. He can't help you until the next hour. That is a lie. A complete lie. For two reasons. First of all, he doesn't come back until like 2 hours later. And at no point for the rest of the game is that how Freddy works. He isn't just gone. It's like, oh, he runs out of power, he's gone for the rest of the hour. That's not how it works. If you're in him and it runs out of power, he kills you. Why? I don't know. But that's what happens. So, like... And if he runs out of, and if he's about to run out of power, you can just recharge him. So it's like, it's so weird. It's like that thing that it tells you, the thing that it shows you and tells you at the beginning of the game, is a complete lie and is not how he works for the rest of the game. It feels like to me. Oh, and also another thing, the fact that Moondrop comes out like 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Why? It's just a story thing? So then there are multiple points in the story where all of a sudden you gotta get to a recharge station, because that's how Moondrop works. It feels like, to me, the game was originally going to be very different. Another thing is that Vanny hardly shows up. There's like a couple story parts where she shows up, and then she just kind of seems to show up at random points, but they're not random. They're consistent, but they feel random. Because they feel like Like, why would she be there at that point? It feels very random, but it's not. And then someone, like data miners, found that there's like a bar in the game that was supposed to determine, like, if you stay in a room for too long, then Vanny would come and get you, but that was like cut, apparently, the developer said. It feels to me like Security Breach was originally going to be a very different game. I feel like there is evidence to suggest that it was originally going to be a game where time moved in real time, and you had to, like, manage your time. Because it's like, okay, if that means that the Freddy Power thing and Moondrop make a lot more sense all of a sudden. If you have to manage your time so that you're, like, near a recharge station towards the top of the hour, and you have to manage Freddy so that you don't use all of his battery, like, before you can, like, charge him, unless he's gone for the rest of the hour, and that has real consequences. It feels like it was originally going to be a much more open game, and then they made it linear, and then didn't... Like, they made it linear way too late in development, I guess, is what I'm saying. This is all kind of speculation, but I just get that feeling. I don't like, it just feels like it was going to be like that, which would have been really cool if it was going to be like that. I don't know why they did it how it is. It's just weird. It's like, okay, after you get the first upgrade, let's say you get Bika? What the fuck? After you get Chica's beak first. Let's say you get Chica's beak first. You upgrade him with Chica's beak. You upgrade Freddy. You gotta get to a power station because Moon drops out all of a sudden. There's a charging station, like, right next to you at that point. So why did you make this point the top of the hour? The sequence of events feels very, like, weird. I don't know. I think FNAF was going to be a very ambitious project, but they got time crunched, so they scraped a lot and threw a game together. I feel like there's too much in the game. I feel like the game could have been a lot better if they scaled it down and, like, really just focused on making, like, cut the endoskeletons. Cut music. As cool as DJ Music Man is, get rid of him. Get rid. Honestly, I don't like that, like, Springtrap is back. I don't like that he's, like, alive. I wish everyone who burned in FNAF 6 burned in FNAF 6. I cut that stuff too. I want a story. I wish there was a good story with, like, Vanny and everything. That's what I expected. But the story sucks too. I can't even, I have so many complaints about this game. I honestly didn't start having fun with this game until after I beat it and we were just looking for lore and, like, hidden stuff. I had some fun then, I would say, but I was very frustrated and confused with the game up until then. Also, the instructions for everything are so unclear, like, and the map is so bad. Like, okay, if you look on your map, there's a legend of 6 icons. Only half of them are ever used. The other 3 icons on the map legend never show up on the map. In fact, 100% of the time when Freddy says, "I've marked something on your map," he didn't mark it on your map. There was nothing marked on your map. The map is garbage. Oh my god, What else? I would have liked it, I guess, if... Like, why do you have to get Roxy last? That's weird, too. It's like you can either go to Chica or Monty, and then you get Roxy last. Why? I think it'd be cooler if you got to decide which upgrade you wanted based on what you thought would be most useful. Have a little, like, decision making in the game. Like, why do you get the eye upgrade and then the game's over? It doesn't make any sense. It's so weird. I feel like the game was trying to be very different, but they changed it for some reason. I don't know. I was very disappointed with this game, though. What were my other... contenders for most disappointing. Blair Witch. Super Monkey Ball, Banana Mania. I think they're all going in D tier, honestly. Wait, do I really put FNAF Security Breach in D tier? Because if I'm being honest with myself, I almost feel like I would still rather go back and play it than like half the games in C tier. You know? Maybe not, though. Actually, I don't know. The thing is, I know that they're fixing the technical issues, but even then, I feel like they have a lot. I feel like they would have to significantly change the game for it to be good. And I don't think they're going to do that. I think they might improve the map. I think they might add like waypoints. Like waypoints are something I wanted. Better instructions for the quest or something. Another thing is the stupid presents and the duffel bags. You open a present, it could be a random collectible that doesn't do anything. Oh, good job, you have a Chica toy now. What does that do? Nothing. Or it might be the most important key item in the game. Why are all the key items and the random collectibles in the same type of box? I swear I like skipped over key items because I was like, it's just a collectible, I'm not going to go bother getting that. Why are all the notes in duffel bags? I don't know. D tier. I'm putting it in D tier. I'm definitely going to do like a Security Breach 1 year later video. If there's not like DLC out by then. Okay, let's talk about a game I did like. A game I liked a lot more than I thought I would. I'm going to have to make room for this one in A tier. It's The Hex. The Hex is a game made by the same developer as Inscryption and Pony Island. It's actually very similar to There Is No Game. Well, not very similar. It reminded me a lot of There Is No Game. The Hex is basically Wreck-It Ralph if it was a horror game. It's about like different video game characters coming together. They like hang out with each other and stuff. There's like a murder mystery with all these video game characters, and that's kind of the start of it. That's kind of the premise. But that's not really what it's about. It's actually about the game developer that made all of the characters and how much of a douche he is. I don't want to spoil anything, but the ending was great too. Such a good story. Really fun to play as well. Good game. I liked it. I'm putting an A tier. It was way better than I expected. I didn't really expect much from it, but it really surprised me. So about fitting this somewhere. About that. Where's Maple County? Maple County, you go here. Where's Dishonored? Death of the Outsider. There it is. You go there. Dead by Daylight. You can get squished down into here. and then Death of the Outsider can go there, and then where's the Hex? The Hex can go here. Perfect. Flawless. Okay, I think we might have another F tier here. Broken Veil. Broken Veil is, like Obusite, a Little Nightmares inspired game that was even more unpolished than Broken Veil, like really unpolished. Like it was rough, and also it was just very, very unfun puzzles and stuff and things, and I hated it. F tier. Okay. Milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. This was a visual novel that I played during a 3 Random Horror Game stream. It is about a girl who has mental issues that are not named, and that's kind of the point. There's a part in the game where she's like, I don't want you to know because I don't want you to see me as that. I want you to see me as who I am and all that. Very interesting game, kind of creepy. Not really a horror game, but, you know, we could have an argument about what's horror and what's not all day. I really enjoyed it. I did buy the second game. I will play that at some point, probably on stream. It was interesting. Thought it was pretty cool. I think I want to put this in A tier also. But A tier is so big. Do I put it B tier actually? Maybe I put it B tier. But I don't want to put it in B tier just because I don't have enough room. My gut's telling me A tier. I'm putting it in A tier. You squish the Dishonored logo a little bit. Where's the Halo Infinite logo? The Halo Infinite logo, you're too big. You're too big. Okay, we're like getting close to being done here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games to go. We have ranked 80 games so far. Oh my god. My butt is kind of hurting from sitting so long. Okay. This is a game that was requested by Ultimate Portal Master 1. Five Nights at Treasure Island. This is a FNAF fan game, obviously, about Disney characters. It was basically... Okay. No, it was better than I expected. I expected it to be, like, pretty good, but nothing amazing. And there were... For the most part, it was that, but there are some things that I think brought it over for me. Like, there were some extra things that were... There was, like, a point-and-click adventure section that was kind of cool. There was... I actually enjoyed trying to beat Night 6, even though I didn't. Yeah. It ended up being pretty fun. One thing that I think is odd about, and I talk about this in the stream that I played it, a lot of Five Nights at Freddy's like fan games, is that a lot of the time, like, the rules of how the animatronics work are very strange. Like in FNAF 1, it's very intuitive. It's like, hey, there's an animatronic there. You should probably close the door so that it can't reach you and murder you. And then you have, like, this one, where it's like, okay, these certain animatronics will be distracted if you disable a camera, and then other animatronics won't kill you if you turn the lights out, but others will for some reason, and then other animatronics, you have to do something else. I forget what. There's like a third thing. Anyway. It's not, it's, you know, I had to look up the wiki. I had to read the wiki to play this game. Yeah. But I had fun with it overall. I'm gonna squeeze it in. I have to condense this text a bit. Five Nights at Treasure? Yeah, okay. Sure. I'm gonna squeeze it into B tier here. Okay. Oh, here's an interesting one. I think. Legends of Runeterra. Legends of Runeterra is a card game based on the world and characters of League of Legends, which I became interested in after watching the Netflix series Arcane, because it's actually really good. I was not interested in League or anything beforehand, but that show was so good that it got me interested in that stuff. But I didn't actually want to play League, and I like card games, so I played Legends of Runeterra. And I really just did tutorials and stuff. I still actually haven't played multiplayer like against people. I've only been playing this like single player modes. But it's been fun. Not like the single player, the Path of Champions mode, the kind of story event mode, is a bit grindy. It definitely gets to a point where I feel like, okay, I just need to keep losing until I get enough XP to get the upgrades that I need to win. So I don't love that about it. And I feel like I would like the game more if I played actual matches. One positive thing I do have, one really positive thing actually, is that the economy is so good. Like, you can really just play this game for free, like for real, and have like a top tier deck. You can earn that. Whereas in Magic, if you want a top tier standard deck, get ready to pay literally hundreds of dollars. So yeah. That being said, I'm gonna put it in the same tier. I'm gonna just squeeze the logo to the right of the hex here. Let's move both of these a little to the left. Okay. Okay. Super Seducer. This logo's too big to fit anywhere. Super Seducer is a full motion video game where you do dating situations. Like the first one is you're walking in your neighborhood down the street and you see a girl and you have to select the things to do and the dialogue to say so that you can get her number or whatever and stuff like that. Other various dating scenarios. It was fun for the most part. I enjoyed it. I had a good time with Super Seducer. It was very funny. It was a very entertaining time. I did really enjoy playing this game. It's just silly, you know, but in a good way. And I learned a lot. Not enough though. I mean, Valentine's Day is in 4 days. I better get moving. Guess I gotta play the second one if I hope to have a girl in 4 days. Anywho, took frantic notes. Yes, exactly. Like, the only okay, I have to say this about it. The only person that I had sex with in that game was my, like, childhood friend who had just, like, broken up with her ex, and I was, like, there to comfort her. That was the only time that any action was had in this game. Like, seems a little weird, but okay, fine. I kind of want to put it at B, to be honest. God, there's so much. There's so much in B. There's too much. I'm actually wondering about I'm actually considering putting Arena and Splitgate higher into A tier. Complaint, just put him outside, we get it. What do you mean? I mean, I guess I could just extend it. I guess I could literally do that, but then it wouldn't all be visible on screen at the same time. And that's very important for some reason. And we only got a few more games to go. I can make this work. I can make it work. Okay, I think I'm gonna make Undertale smaller. Undertale. Expand. No, I'm just gonna do this. Because now I'm trying to figure out how I would rearrange the rest of it. Now we're really going for some Tetris here. There we go. Might as well put Tetris 99 on here with this, yeah. Perfect. Flawless. Alright, oh, this game. Damn it, I think this is going to be a B tier also. Mirror Layers. Mirror Layers, I played this recently. This is actually a remake of an old Game Jam game that a lot of YouTubers actually played, like Markiplier and stuff. Haven't seen anyone play the remake though. This came out in October of last year. The remake... So, okay. I guess I should explain what Mirror Layers is. So Mirror Layers is an asynchronous multiplayer game. Horror game. Where... So, I guess I should explain it. So, okay, let me give you an example. In the first game, the first puzzle, is that you have a key with a number on it. You have a chest with a different number on it. You need the correct number key for your chest. So what do? You actually trade keys with people online. You have to find someone who has a literal file of the key you need. You download it, you put it into a folder, and a key comes out of the statue that's in the game. And it's a key. And it's stuff like that, and it gets more complicated. And also, if you click on a mirror, you go to this dark mirror world where there's a monster chasing you, and that's also where most of the puzzles take place. But the regular world has the computer that you access to basically open your browser to go to a Facebook page. In this game, you don't use your actual computer. There's like a computer in the game that you do everything with. There's like a whole social network and stuff built into the game. It's really cool. You can also play Minesweeper on the computer. The statue is also hotter. Before, the statue had no arms and had really saggy boobs, but now it has arms and has much better boobs. So that's an improvement. Basically, so it has a really good concept, and I think it executes on that concept really well. The only complaint I have is that between the puzzle sections, you have these really generic horror game like sections where you have to, like, you know, it's like you're in a maze running away from enemies. Cool. And like there are some frustrating parts about it, and it's just like those parts of the game kind of ruin an otherwise really cool game. Better boobs, S tier. Well, the boobs are S tier, but the rest of the game, I really wish I could put it in A tier. Look, there's a nice spot for it right here in A tier. But those sections bring it down a tier, I think. So I think I'm going to have to make room for Mirror Layers. Okay. Super Seducer, you go. Mirror Layers, you go there. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, great. Alright. 2 more games. Oh, God, this one. This is going to be another controversial one, I think. Yakuza 0. I did one stream of. I played it for about 3.5 hours. Maybe closer to 3 hours, because there's like an intro and meme review and all that we do too. But anyway. Yakuza 0 was a game that I was expecting to like a lot. I thought it was going to be kind of like GTA, but not with like cars and guns and stuff. Just like an open world with a lot of things to do in it. and a kind of GTA-esque vibe. But also I knew that there was some very silly stuff in the game that I had seen, like, you know, there's the karaoke, there's like a cat fight thing that I've seen, and there's apparently there are collectible cards of Japanese porn stars in the game. I did not encounter those. I guess those come later, or maybe I just didn't find any of them. And there's a character that, something about that, it doesn't matter. Anyway, what I got, so what was sold to me was a very dense open world with lots of things to do. That's what I was expecting. Like, I expected to be able to walk into almost any building and do stuff. But you can't, it's not like that at all. Maybe it opens up later. Again, it's like a 30-something hour game. I only played like 3 hours of it. But the world was very empty. There wasn't really anything to do in the like overworld between missions other than like run to my objective and occasionally get beat up by some random gang of dudes. So that wasn't really part of it. The combat, I also didn't like the combat. The story was confusing and boring. It really didn't have many redeeming qualities, if I'm being honest. There wasn't really anything that I liked about it. Other than, like, I don't know, there were occasional funny moments, I guess, but... And I should have known, the moment that I moved the analog stick to move my character, and it was way faster than I expected. Because I was like, why do you move so fast through this, like, very dense, like, small world? But it's because there's really not much to do. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was really disappointed. Okay, this is another contender for biggest disappointment. Dude, I don't know. I'm legit. I was legit thinking that I might put this in F tier. There really wasn't anything I liked about it. I mean, even the, like, karaoke moment was, like, fine. It was, like, standard rhythm, like, very standard rhythm game. It's not like I'm dying to do it again. I don't know. And again, a lot of the good stuff in the game might be stuff that I haven't seen yet. Take that for what it is. I am rating my 3-hour experience with the early game. But again, I'm not really a fan of the it gets good 20 hours in mentality. I don't think it's too much to ask for a game to be fun from the beginning, frankly. Because like even with Security Breach and with Persona 4 Golden and Unravel, I'm like, here are some things I like about these games. Blair Witch too, like all these. But Yakuza 0, I just really didn't like anything about it. So I don't know if it deserves F tier. Like, I don't know if it deserves to be in the same tier as Tattletale's Egg Hunt, Paralysis, and Broken Veil, 2 of which are just straight up broken games. But yeah, I'm putting it. I'm doing it. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm putting it there. Okay. Might have to make room in B tier. Actually, that shouldn't be that hard. The Ninja Kiwi logo and Aoni face are pretty big. Erica. Erica is an FMV game. Kind of like, what was the other FMV game? Oh, like Super Seducer. But this one was like a full story. It was kind of like a horror thing. Honestly, the story was really good. Really good might be overselling it. It was good. I was engaged with the story. I was intrigued. Until the ending. Maybe there were multiple endings. Whatever ending I got was not very good. Now, the gameplay was more than just making choices. It was more than just click here to do this thing, click here to do this other thing. And sometimes that was really cool, sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes there would be a shot on a book, and I would be like, okay, why is it just looking at this book? And then it turned out, oh, I have to drag my mouse across the screen to turn the page. What fun. But then there were other parts where it was actually really clever about it. Like there's a part where I'm holding a gun and I have to decide if I want to shoot someone or not. And your options are drag the trigger to shoot or drag the gun downwards to not shoot. That's kind of cool. That's more creative than just like click here to shoot, click here to not shoot. And it also did some things where like I could actually look around a corner by like, it would have like video of a hallway. There was this one part where there was like video of a hallway and then there's like a wall and you can actually like move your mouse to like look around the wall down the hallway, and it's all just using like pre-rendered video. It's kind of like FNAF in that way. Like it uses pre-rendered video in some interesting kind of dynamic ways sometimes. It's kind of cool. Not an A tier cool. Probably B tier cool, I would say. Yeah, so let's make room for that Ninja Kiwi Oni. Just gonna squish you guys down. Actually, I'm gonna. Okay, Erica logo, you're about to be way smaller. Suddenly I've got tons of room. Alright. Let's make one pass over this list to determine if I want to change anything. S tier, we have Little Nightmares 2, Honey Pop to make Prey smaller. That's fine. Well, I guess I could make Hatred a little bigger if it was smaller. Okay, fine. There's Prey. I'm just gonna move it down. Hatred. Where's Hatred? Hatred logo. Sure. S tier is good. Yeah, I mean, Little Nightmares 2, Honey Pop 2, Dishonored 2, Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 2, and Inscription. I think those all deserve to be up there. A tier, Inside, I'm on Observation Duty, Tattletale, Minecraft, Portal Reloaded, Maple County, Poppy Playtime, Halo 3, One Night at Flumpty's 3, Titanfall 2, Undertale, Rusty Lake Hotel, Magic Arena, Splitgate, Resident Evil 3 Remake. Actually, hold on, Dead by Daylight logo. I just want to make it bigger. I made it smaller before, but it doesn't need to be that small. Dead by Daylight, Dishonored, Death of the Outsider, Halo Infinite, Milk Inside a Bag of Milk, blah blah blah, Rusty Lake Roots, The Hex, Legends of Runeterra. Resident Evil 3, Dishonored, Death of the Outsider, and The Hex are ones that I'm thinking about making S tier, but I think they're fine in A tier. What was wrong with Dishonored, Death of the Outsider? I just didn't... Okay. Not much. I just found the story to be a little bit less interesting than the other two. And I didn't like the last level. Minor complaints, I know, but I definitely I feel like I hold it in less of a high regard than the other two because of that. I don't know. I'm very interested in replaying Dishonored 2. I am less interested in replaying Dishonored Death of the Outsider by a little bit. I think Death of the Outsider and RE3 should be S tier. Maybe RE3. No, I'm not going to put RE3 in S tier. I don't want to put something in S tier unless I feel strongly about it being in S tier. The Hex is another one that I was considering being in S tier, but I don't think I'm going to do that. B is Mad Father, Super Seducer, Mirror Layers, East Shade, Kind Words, Bloons Tower Defense 6, Valorant, Spellbreak, Emily is Away 3, Ultimate Custom Night, Quantum Conundrum, Erica, Before Your Eyes, Ninja Kiwi Archives, Awoni, There Is No Game Wrong Dimension, Remember Me, Resident Evil 8 demo, Journey, Hades, Unfinished Swan, Paratopic, Prey, Final Fantasy Church Violent, Hatred. There's a couple of these that I think you can make arguments for being in C tier. Like Ninja Kiwi Archives, maybe C tier. Journey? No. I couldn't put Journey in C tier, could I? Could I? No. Unless... No. But maybe, though. What a madman. I know, I've lost my mind. Alright, C tier is Nier Automata, Outer Wilds, hold on a second. I want to put Ninja Kiwi at C, I think. Nier needs to be at least B. I don't think so. There's no room for it. Look how big it is. Now this is all disorganized. I really messed it up. Where's Hades? Hades. There is no game. I'm not putting it down there, I'm just rearranging things. Journey there. There is no game, can get squished a little bit. Annie's Apple Farm, maybe also D. Nah. I don't think I can put it at D. I think that's too low. Okay. Alright, C is Nier Automata, Outer Wilds, Friday Night Funkin', Monster Hunter Rise, Pac-Man 99, VR Chat, Tattletop, Annie's Apple Farm, Security Breach, Fury's Rage, Samurai Hero Estival Versus, Stalker, Obusite, Ninja Kiwi, 12 Minutes, Roblox, Subnautica. Egg Hunt should be S+. No, I don't think so. Unravel, D tier. Okay, D tier is Unravel, Blair Witch, Super Bunny World, Security Breach, Persona 4 Golden, Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania, Telltale Virtual Pet, Juice Galaxy. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right to me. Honestly, I'm feeling like I would rather put Annie's Apple Farm in D than Tattletale Virtual Pet and Juice Galaxy. Well, maybe not than Juice Galaxy. I kind of want to swap Annie's Apple Farm with Tattletale Virtual Pet. Because Andy's Apple Farm I actually had, like, negative feelings on when playing it. even though I don't think it's bad. But Tattletale Virtual Pet, I don't know, it just did its job. I don't know. It wasn't like much of a game, but like it did what it set out to do, I feel. Should Obusite be in C? Probably not. Probably not. I feel like I'm gonna move a few of these things, actually. D, Annie's Apple Farm, Juice Galaxy. Because the thing is, too, one thing I have to keep in mind, like, some of these games that were disappointments, like, maybe Blair Witch and Super Monkey Ball don't really deserve D. Blair Witch probably deserves D. But Super Monkey Ball and Animania might not literally deserve D. I might just be thinking more negatively of it because it was such a disappointment, not necessarily because it's bad. But I kind of don't care either about that problem. I know you think Nier and Subnautica should be higher. I think this is a fine place for them. So I'm happy with this, I think. What was wrong with DBD? Well, you think DBD should be S tier? I don't think it should be S tier. S tier? S tier? I mean, I really like Dead by Daylight. It's very fun. Probably, like I said, my second most played game ever, maybe. It's definitely my most played game on Steam. Besides reasons I would know. Well, what if the reasons I know are the same reasons you know? I mean, it's just not... I just don't feel that strongly about it being S tier. I think it's fun. I don't know. Like, why not Inside S tier? I don't know. It's just because I don't like it as much as these games. These are, like, my favorite games, you know? Like, I love these games. Like, oh, man. These are perfect masterpieces. I mean, I guess I said Resident Evil 7 isn't perfect, but I still think it deserves S tier. Yeah. I get... Hold on. Wait, this one... Wait, Finance Desert Island. So this just looks kind of bad because it's so squished. Finance Desert Island. Make it a little bit bigger. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay. I like it. I feel good about this tier list. And it only took 4 hours. Wow. Want to do another one? Want to do 3 more tier lists? Because that was the original plan. I was going to start out doing other tier lists and then move into this one last. But once I saw that I was rating 86 different games, I was like, nah, it should probably just be that one the whole stream. You love them, but I had to beg you to get you to play Honeypop 1 again. That's true. I just didn't really feel like there was much more content I could make out of it. But it's still one of my favorite games ever. So I think it deserves a spot there. Do a door tier list. What do you mean a door tier list? What does that mean? What doors? Just doors in general? Rank doors. Like sliding doors. Regular doors. How many different kinds of doors are there? I might still do a separate stream where I do tier lists of other things. I don't think doors will be one of them, but who knows? Maybe. What do you think about the chat being there, by the way? I don't know why your name isn't colored. I feel like usually the names are colored. Usually your name is orange, right? Am I crazy? I'm considering making the chat up there all the time, instead of back in that corner like it usually is. Here's a door tier list. Okay, I'll do... Well, No, I'm not going to do the door tier list now. I'll do the door tier list. Fine, I'll do the door tier list. When I do a tier list stream of other tier lists. But I'm not doing it now, and it's not going to get its own separate video. I don't have that much to say about doors. I can't do a whole stream on doors. Anyway, that's been the tier list. No. I'm not doing the door tier list now. A stream of other tier lists is a more appropriate time to do the door tier list. Okay. That's been the door... Oh, no, this has not been a door tier... Oh, God. I need sleep. This is not the door tier... This has been the games I played in the past year on stream tier list. Perhaps I will do another one next year, if I really want to put this much work into something ever again. If you're watching this after the fact, let me know in the comments how much you hate what I've chosen. And why you think Tattletale's Egg Hunt is actually an A-tier game. I guess that's it. Coming up next, in my streams, I want to do a Little Nightmares 2 1 year later stream where I just kind of play the game again. See what's changed. Not much, probably, but I kind of just want to play it again, so I'm going to do that. I have 3 games picked out for another 3 random horror game streams, so that'll come sometime. Didn't I say something else? Too? It doesn't matter. It says plus tier because it had no glitches, only features, perfect game. Maybe I'm just not seeing what you see in it. Maybe it's a misunderstood masterpiece. Okay, well that's all. Goodbye. Wait, one more thing. Your name was orange. Your name is orange. Why is it orange there? Dog. Dog tier list is a great idea. Should it be dog breeds or should it be like dogs in video games? Probably the second one. Or maybe both. Dog. Mwah. Dog. Okay, bye.